start our meeting here. I have 6 o'clock as our call to order time. Thanks everyone for attending. We do have regrets from Trustee Olmsted this evening, and on the phone is Trustee Hatfield. You'll see Trustee Burgess join us in just a moment. Can I get a mover and a seconder for approval of the agenda this evening? Moved by Trustee Halberstadt, seconded by Trustee Leclerc. Any discussion on the agenda this evening? Seeing and hearing none, all in support of the agenda? I can hear my own self. Nobody wants multiple of me. Not even me. That passes. Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder to bring us into private session? Moved by Trustee Sipkar, seconded by Trustee Cheen. Any discussion on that? All in support. Ooh, it's going to get a lot today. And that passes. We are in private session. Well, you gotta wait for Julia. public session. I will call this part of our meeting to order 7:03. I'm going to read our land acknowledgement, and then we will have our special order of the day from Director Kelly. Just so we're all caught up to speed, we do have regrets tonight from Trustee Olmsted, and we have Trustee Hatfield joining us on the phone, and the rest of us are here. So I will read our land acknowledgement, and we'll continue through our agenda. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by Indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi, and the Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And I'll pass it to Director Kelly for our special order of the day.
I ask that you please stand as we read the tribute. We are grieving the passing of Cheryl Brazo, who worked in our payroll department here at the admin building. Cheryl was admired for her positive attitude and strength of character. She lived with chronic illness for almost 2 decades, but did not complain about her situation. She fought it to return to the job she enjoyed and excelled at, which was a blessing to co-workers old and new who benefited by collaborating with her and getting to know her. Cheryl dedicated years of her life serving the Girl Guides of Canada as a Brownie and Spark leader. And of course, this included the creation of numerous crafts, and crafting was one of her passions. Cheryl also liked to knit. She has donated wool to worthy causes, as well as knitting hats and blankets for donation. Cheryl loved playing games, including cards, bingo, and Yahtzee. Cheryl never took a day for granted. She appreciated music, movies, and a delicious meal. Mostly, she appreciated the people in her life. Cheryl is dearly missed, and she's often thought of and remembered in the office. Please join me in a moment of silence for Cheryl. Please be seated.
Thank you, Director Kelly. Any declarations of conflict of interest for in here? Any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing none. We had no actions of the board meeting private session this evening, so I'm moving to approval of the minutes. Do I have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes? Trustee Cook and Trustee Sipcar. Any discussions on the minutes of our April 19th board meeting, which are in your package? Any discussion on those? All in support of approval of those minutes? And that passes. Thanks, trustees. Any business arising from those minutes? Trustee Sipcar, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'm just, I think it was on page 8, and during trustee question period around the out-of-district policy, actually as a rule. We never received an update through from administration on exactly how our board handles those, I guess the procedure. So I was just wondering if that could be something, I just wanted to raise it as a point that we could have that update as to what our policy or procedure is for out-of-district requests, or sorry, out-of-boundary requests.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I could, Superintendent, I wonder, I know you had something on that you were going to speak to.
So thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chair. Trustee Sipcar, did you receive the email?
No, I don't know if any of the trustees did. I know a few were interested.
Okay, I was mentioning how it was on the website.
I'm just wondering if, for public record, if it could be something that we share potentially here as well. I know that there was confusion and more so where the policy is and where we could find it. And I know that because we don't have it in a policy and a regulation, and so I don't remember receiving that email directly stating what the policy or procedure was. If that could be something that maybe we report back onto the Board of Trustees or something like that.
Sure, or I can actually just take it off the site and scan it, and that way you'll have it through email.
Sure, yeah, and it's more so to address it to the speaker who spoke at the previous meeting, and that information wasn't available.
Through you, Madam Chair, if we could clarify that, then just to outline the procedure at the next meeting. Is that okay?
Thanks for that. Any other business arising from the minutes? Seeing and hearing none. Our student trustee presentation. Student trustee Hawkins, are you first this evening?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Good evening, trustees, senior administration, and Director Kelly, and happy spring. Spring is always an exciting time for our students as we begin to wrap up the school year and begin to enjoy the nice weather. Student Senate met here at the board office last week for our second last meeting of the year. We were so excited to welcome Superintendent Armstrong and Ms. Queenville, Energy and Environmental Officer. They gave an informative and engaging presentation to our group about the Single-Use Plastics Reduction Committee, waste audits, the Climate Emergency Declaration and Action Plan, as well as answered questions from students. Student Senate was grateful for the opportunity to share their ideas about environmental stewardship and how we can make our schools greener. In honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, Senate participated in mindfulness activities from the School Mental Health Ontario's Everyday Mental Health Classroom resources that are available on their website. These included a stretch, a self-reflection and gratitude practice, and creating positive affirmations, which can be read on the poster on the Student Senate bulletin board right outside of our meeting room here. This month, applications for the first GECDSB Student Leadership Scholarship were collected, and the committee, made up of GECDSB student senators, grade 9 through 11, will be collaborating to choose the 2 recipients of that scholarship next week. The Student Development and Achievement Committee has continued to work on securing speakers for the Career Fair event that will be held virtually by the committee on June 2nd. The event will be open to students from grades 10 to 12. Any grade 10 student can register to attend a panel of SHSM students who will be talking about their experiences with the SHSM program. Grade 11 and 12 students who are enrolled in the health and wellness or informations and communications technology sectors of the SHSM program are invited to register for the event and can complete their sector partnered experience certification. Our Student Mental Health and Wellbeing Committee closed the Mental Health Resource Survey yesterday and received over 50 responses in the 2 weeks that it was available to students. One of the questions in the survey asked students to rank the accessibility overall of mental health resources, and overall the accessibility was rated 3 out of 5 stars by students. The committee will use this data to create informational social media posts to boost awareness about the mental health resources at the GECDSB. May has also brought Teacher Appreciation Week and Education Support Staff Appreciation Day. On behalf of all students, we would like to extend our sincerest thanks to all educators who continue their incredible work and commitment to education. Students are looking forward to the exciting upcoming school events, including proms, pep rallies, and graduations that are to come in the next few weeks. As always, we would like to extend our thanks to Michelle Marcus, Superintendent Korbach, trustees, senior administration, and Director Kelly for their continued support. And I will pass it off to Student Trustee McCowie for our Student of the Month.
Thank you. The GECDSB Student of the Month for May is Leamington District Secondary School student Crystal Robinson for the theme of volunteerism. Crystal is a grade 12 student who is dedicated to helping others. You can often find Crystal peer tutoring, working, or helping out in the community. She shows exemplary community service and is super involved in extracurriculars at Leamington District. While keeping her grade average high, she's done a tremendous amount of volunteer work in the Windsor-Essex County. After school, you can find Crystal at beach cleanups, tree plantings, and wetland restorations, or at a nursing home in places like hospice, spreading cheerfulness and kindness. She constantly takes initiative and is volunteering for tasks of all forms at school, work, and home. Over the past 4 years of high school, Crystal has gathered an abundant amount of volunteer hours, surpassing 700 service hours. She puts her school, community, and the earth first, and it is clearly shown in her volunteer work. She continues to work hard and believe that leadership is a service and service is leadership. Amazing job, Crystal.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that presentation, and congratulations to Crystal. It's over 700 service hours is quite a bit, in addition to her studies and everything that's gone on with COVID. So congratulations to her. That is exceptional leadership. Do we have any questions for our student trustees this evening on their report? Thank you very much. Moving forward through our agenda, we do not have any delegations and no one on the speakers list this evening, so we are right at new business. We have L1, policy and regulation on budget control. Do we have anybody to move that? Trustee Sipcar, seconded by Trustee Cook. Any questions on budget control? Any presentation that we need from budget control? Anyone have questions?
I have questions.
Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. Page 19 and 20. Okay, just a couple questions. Under the policy, the middle of the page, general budget philosophy, where it says the board strives to achieve a balanced operating and capital budget. I just wondered if it's not more accurate to say that we're required to actually achieve a balanced operating budget, that we're not to, that we can't legally submit a deficit budget. I mean, that's our policy is. That's what we're required by law. So I just was a little bit unsure about using the word strives to achieve a balanced operating budget.
Superintendent Armstrong?
Thank you for the question. I guess because there are provisions that permit the use right now of, well, 2%, but normally 1%, I think that's why we use the word strives, because there may be circumstances in which it may be challenging to do so, and we have provisions in the Education Act that would allow us to do that without going into a deficit recovery plan.
I would have preferred if the policy actually said what you just said, but because I just think that this doesn't put enough emphasis on what we actually do have to do at budget time in terms of achieving a balanced budget. I think this is just a little bit too informal, actually, in comparison to what you explained as well.
So is there an amendment that you're proposing?
I didn't have the words, the actual words, so no, I can't. I guess I can't, other than I liked what Superintendent Armstrong explained about it's our responsibility to achieve, it's our response that we're required to achieve a balanced budget with, I guess, some limitations on supplementing the budget with reserves to achieve that goal.
So, Trustee Hatfield, I do have both Trustee Sipcar and Trustee Burgess who are on the policy committee, so I wonder if there's some discussion that might help this a little bit, or I can come back to you if you do have an amendment to make, but I think there may be some edification from those two members if you're okay with that.
Sure.
Wonderful. So, Trustee Sipcar and then Trustee Burgess. Go ahead, Trustee Sipcar.
Sure, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. My response to that was just going to be that the heading is general budget philosophy, and so to your comment around it being informal, I think that was more so the intention. It wasn't to outline the budget process specifically in the policy, nor actually really in the regulation, but really to just explain the intent or the philosophy of that our board undertakes. And so in using the word strives to achieve, I think captures the essence of what Superintendent Armstrong was saying, that that's the goal, but there are circumstances that may permit otherwise, and I don't think that we would want to be too hamstrung with a really specific process that, which is why in the policy it is, I would say, vague intentionally for that reason. So I wouldn't really support anything to make it more specific, but I'm happy to entertain word changes if there's something that doesn't work, but I think that the intention is for it to be a bit vague.
And Trustee Burgess?
I'm not going to add a thing.
So then, can I respond?
Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Okay, yeah. So I won't be proposing an amendment because I don't have the wording prepared, but I would like to just add that I guess I'm a little bit uncomfortable with having a vague budget philosophy at all, because we have legal requirements that we have to follow with regard to preparing a budget. So having a vague philosophy about budget preparation just doesn't sit right with me either. So I'll just leave it at that, but if the other trustees support having this vague philosophy, that's their prerogative. But I also had a second question on wording, if I could. With
You can
that
go ahead,
one.
Trustee Hatfield.
Okay, it's on page 20, under budget development, the second paragraph, last sentence. Budget holders will have responsibility for projecting non-wage related expenses. I don't even know what that means. Budget holders will have that responsibility. I don't know what that means.
Superintendent Armstrong?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So every supervisory officer is a budget holder. The IT department, facility services, they are budget holders. So there are certain responsibilities within the board where a position requires them to manage their budget. And when we develop the budget, the finance department does the work for projecting all of the salary and benefit related expenses. And the individuals who are responsible for managing budgets under their responsibility, what this statement is saying is that they are responsible for providing finance with anything that is a non-salary related expense.
Okay, so, all right, so what I didn't understand was the term budget holders. Is that something we use in-house that everyone's familiar with except me? Because it's used in another paragraph as well.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I would say for people internal to the board, yes, we would know what that means. I maybe because I have a finance background, to me, I would recognize that.
Okay.
In terms of what that means.
Okay, well, I guess it's just me. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions on that one.
Thank you. Any other questions on this policy and regulation? Trustee Chee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I reached the policy and the regulation about the budget control. I have a feeling that is kind of from appearance is a procedure, like which level of administration will sign something like that. But I didn't see really how who is responsible for control the budget. Like for certain project, if there is variance, a lot of variance, and much more than the budget, and is there a procedure that can communicate to or report to trustee? I remember there is one project when I asked the detailed information, and it was a motion and was denied. So there is no way for me to question why there is a big variance, and why we spend much more than normal. And it's not only me to question, but we still cannot get any answer. And we are trying to approach the reason, the detail, and it was denied. So I don't know if this procedure is reflected in this budget control policy and regulations, because there is no way for us to ask.
So that level of detail wouldn't be in this policy and regulation, but there are under each supervisory officer there are responsibilities and roles that they take on, and those are, to our earlier conversation, those are the budget holders that would be in control of those things. But that level of detail isn't contained in this budget control.
So I didn't see who really actually control that, except that something just sign, and approve. And if there is some question, nobody really, report. And even the question asked by trustee was denied. So I don't know if there is a procedure. And on the regulation, it says that allows the board to track variances and communicate them to budget holders and trustees. Where is the communication? I don't know. I failed, and I still have the question. So I don't know how can we, really question something and control the budget in reality.
I'm going to direct that through Superintendent Armstrong.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. In the general budget philosophy, in terms of who is responsible for investigating variances, in the second paragraph, it does indicate that variances must be investigated by those individuals who exercise control over the budget. So that is the budget holders. They are responsible when they get their reports every month to review any budget to actual variances. Finance also, as noted in the regulation, does review on a monthly basis and prepare reports and investigates budget to actual variances and also follows up with budget holders. Information is communicated to trustees quarterly. We do bring a quarterly financial information report to trustees that explains budget to actual, budget to revised. Actual to revised, we provide, it's a fairly comprehensive report. We also bring forward all of the tenders, requests for proposal, and the award of tenders and contracts over $250,000 to trustees with an explanation for who bid and what the nature of that contract proposal was. In terms of the mechanics of awarding proposals, again, that is the work of the Purchasing and Procurement Department, and there's a Purchasing and Procurement policy, regulation, and administrative procedure that is followed in terms of the work related to that.
Thank you very much. Any other questions on the budget control policy and reg? Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, on page 20 and 21, I was just taken back when I saw that the next review date at the bottom was 2020-21, which is already passed. So I'm wondering, is that just an outdated, statement?
Thank you for the question. There were a number of policies and regulations. I think that did require updating over a period of time, and it's just taken us a little bit of time to get there. There have been other initiatives and priorities like COVID and things that reprioritize some of the work. So I think we're at a point now where everything is current.
Okay, but the next review date would be 2020, 21. So when would it really be?
It would be on the next cycle. So this is not updated. It will be, this next review date will be updated once this policy is passed. And it's at 5 years? 5 years.
So that update you'll see when it appears on the website. It'll have that review date on it once it passes here tonight. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in all in support of the policy and regulation for budget control. And that passes. Trustee Hatfield?
Opposed.
Opposed, thank you. And that passes. So we're moved on to L2, policy and regulation on disposal of furniture, equipment, scrap and recyclable material, and electronic equipment. Can I get a mover and a seconder to put that on the floor? Trustee Cook and Trustee Sipcar. Any questions on this policy and regulation?
I do.
Trustee Hatfield, go ahead.
Thank you. Page 20, 3 and 24, and the question is the same. It just comes up under the policy statement as well as the regulation. So that's with regard to the policy statement where it says that disposal would be conducted in an environmentally sustainable manner. And then it's repeated again in the regulation under number 3 at the very end, that it's all done in an environmentally sustainable manner. I support that it should be done in an environmentally sustainable manner. My question, though, is what if it's an item where that's not possible? So I'm wondering, or is it always 100% possible? Because I'm wondering if it should not be saying should be conducted in an environmentally sustainable manner wherever and whenever possible. Or are we tying our hands that if you can't find a way to do it in an environmentally sustainable manner, then you have to hang on to this item forever? That's my question. It comes up in both the policy statement and in number 3 under the regulation on the next page.
So are you wondering if there is, if are you wondering from administration what their comment is to that, or are you proposing
Correct.
that as, okay. Superintendent Armstrong?
Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. I've got no issues or concerns with that, and I'm happy to make that change if that is the decision of trustees.
Are you
And
looking
I would make that amendment.
what is the amendment that's on the floor?
So in the policy statement, as well as the regulation number 3, that this disposal shall be conducted in an environmentally sustainable manner wherever and whenever possible.
Whenever and wherever possible. Okay, so I just want everybody to be clear on what we're looking at here. Trustee Burgess, I have you. So the amendment that's on the floor is that both in the policy statement and in section 3 of the regulation, where it currently reads an environmentally sustainable manner, and no other words, it will be replaced with shall be conducted in an environmentally sustainable manner wherever and whenever possible. That is the amendment on the floor. Do I have a seconder? Trustee Sipcar? So that is on the floor. Do we have any discussion on that amendment? Trustee Burgess?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't support the amendment because it's not recognizing what the true sentence means when you say sustainable. Sustainable has to have the economic, the natural, and the human resources to be in sync, to be sustainable. It never means perfect. It means if the financial resources are there, and the natural resources are there, and the human resources are there, then we can do it. That's the whenever and wherever. It's already included in the word sustainable. To couch it in terms of wherever and whenever sounds like you're giving an easier out than looking for when you can find sustainable practices. It's never perfect. I think that the amendment to the policy and the regulation to add the words "an environmentally sustainable manner" is exactly right. To put a little caveat saying whenever and wherever possible, that's already included in the understanding of sustainability. So to me, it weakens it. It sounds like there's something, oh, well, just in case you can't do it, you should try always to do it. And if you can't do it, then it's not sustainable, you know, in that way. You have to, you've done your best. So I don't like weakening the language. I think it does.
Any other discussion on that amendment that's currently on the floor?
Well, I guess if I could respond as the mover.
Sure.
Okay, so I guess my interpretation is totally the opposite. I don't think it weakens it, and I don't put the same interpretation into the word sustainable in this case. And what I'm trying to do is to make sure that we don't run into a problem on disposal because we can't find a sustainable manner. So I'm trying to help the process along. I'm not trying to weaken it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other discussion on that amendment before I call the question on it? Seeing none, all in favor of that amendment that is on the floor?
Support.
So that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that we have an amended policy and regulation. Do we have any other comments or questions on the amended policy and reg? Seeing and hearing none, all in support of the policy and reg as amended. And that passes. Thank you very much. So now we are on to policy and regulation for disposal of surplus properties. Can I get a mover and a seconder to put that on the floor? Trustee Sipcar, Trustee Cook, do we have any questions on this policy and regulation? Surplus property.
I have one.
Trustee Hatfield and then Trustee Leclerc. Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. This is just a little one. On the regulation, item number 4, I was just having a problem reading that long first sentence in number 4 that takes us into the bullet points. The bullet points I understand. It was getting there through this sentence that I had a problem. And it came down to kind of the last part of the sentence. Effective disposition. If the subject property on the open market, and then the way the bullets read don't flow with the way that sentence reads. Like, I don't know how to explain it to you, but if the subject property on the open market, and then I think what you're saying falls into these 2, 3, 4 bullets. They shouldn't be saying, in circumstances, the board will do this, or if unsuccessful, we'll do that. I think it's the word if is throwing me off in that long sentence that leads into the bullet points. There's just something grammatically not correct.
I think we may be in a little bit of agreement here in the room. You can't see us all sort of looking at each other, kind of nodding, but I think Superintendent Armstrong has something to add to this.
Okay, good. So I'm not crazy here.
Thank you for that. I think it was a typo on my part, so it should be of.
So disposition of the subject property on the open market?
So approval to effective of the subject. Okay, yes, that makes a whole lot of difference.
So we solved our own problem. Instead of it being, approval from the Minister of Education to effect a disposition of the subject property on the open market.
Yes, that makes a lot of difference.
Do we feel comfortable with amending that without needing to yeah, okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know that is
a typo.
part of Trustee Hatfield, do you have anything further from that?
Oh, no, that's good. Thank you.
Wonderful. Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you. And this is rare for me because I don't usually do this, but page 29, the disposal of surplus properties. And I'll point out number 3 describes the English Separate District School Board as the Windsor Essex County District School Board.
Another typo.
No. So we'll thank Paige for that one. The other one that I'm concerned about is item 6 versus item 16. I'm just trying to understand what the difference between the City of Windsor's service system manager is and other municipalities in which the property is located. Because the way I read this, theoretically, could the City of Windsor purchase something in advance of the town of Leamington?
Superintendent Armstrong?
Right, so it would be childcare because our, the City of Windsor coordinates as the service provider, childcare services throughout Windsor-Essex County. So for those purposes, they would rank number 6 on the list of preferred entities before the municipality itself.
Thank you, that clarifies that for me. Thank you.
Trustee Sipcar?
Thank you. And this was raised at the policy committee meeting, so I just wanted to bring it up again. I wasn't sure if myself or Trustee Burgess was going to raise it, related to page 29, the appendix in the listed in priority sequence. And so I just was wanting to bring this up for administration to confirm that this prescribed preferred entities list is by the ministry, and it's not one that we decide on, correct?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. It is in the Education Act.
Okay, and I just wanted to make note of it because at the policy committee we did have a discussion regarding our disappointment at how low on the list Indigenous organizations found themselves, and there was discussion about whether we could rearrange the list ourselves, knowing that now it's not possible. So I just wanted to make that known, and I know that Trustee Burgess was going to raise it as a matter of advocacy through her provincial discussions at OPSPA.
Thank you. Yes, a very important discussion that we had, and thank you for that. Any other questions? Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the preferred entities list. Does it mean that we have a kind of code, in our mind, and we talked one by one with these preferred entities and see if they accept, or I don't quite understand what's the procedure of approaching them. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Good question. That really is a list that is provided to us by the ministry, and it is. So the people who would top priority would be another school board, and then you would go through that list. So there is a notice that goes out to those entities, informing them, for example, that a property is available, and then they would have, in a ranking order, literally, they would have an opportunity to purchase the property.
When we talk with them, discuss about that, how about who decides the price? And after assessment or appraisal?
Through you, Madam Chair, if I could, and Superintendent Armstrong could correct me, but there would be an appraised value, and it has to be sold at fair market value would be the rule according to the ministry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions on our policy and regulation on disposal of surplus properties? Seeing and hearing none, all in support of this policy and regulation? Thank you. And that passes. We're on to our L4, our regulation on flag protocol. I note that there is a small change on this, and I don't know if we want to have a discussion on why that this has come up, because you'll note that this board has already had a discussion on flag protocol in other ways, but this came up as a response to a recent oversight that we noticed was in there.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I could, just drawing your attention to the change that is a very slight change, which is number 13 on page 32. That change was pointed out to us actually by our union counterparts, that indeed, and when this policy was reviewed, it wasn't corrected, that the exterior flags will be lowered at the Greater Essex County District School Board office, but all board facilities at that time, as there is regulation affecting that, and we should be following that, and that was not provided in our past review, and so we wanted to ensure that was corrected. Thank you.
I would like to speak to it.
Trustee Hatfield, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple of things, but I have a particular interest in the observance of the Workers' Day of Mourning, since it became legislation through the work of our soon-to-be retired MPP from Windsor-Tecumseh, Percy Hatfield. It did become law provincially in 2016, so it's been for several years. And our board has not been the best at observing this actual legislation. So there are a couple of things I wanted to point out in the regulation that I'd like to consider for amendment.
Trustee Hatfield, did you mute or we've lost you? Trustee Hatfield, do we still have you? No, we do not. Just while we get Trustee Hatfield back, are there any, yeah, we should get a mover and a seconder. Can we get, while we're waiting for Trustee Hatfield to come back with us, can we get a mover and a seconder to put this one on the floor? Trustee Cook, Trustee Sartori, thank you. Any other discussion on this while we wait for Trustee Hatfield?
Hello?
Hi, Gail. Can you hear us?
Yes?
I think we just got disconnected there.
Oh, okay.
But go ahead. You had mentioned there were some possible amendments.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. So on regulation 1, 4, and 5, I would like to see that also include the provincial flag, the national flag of Canada, and the provincial flag of Canada. I think that we should, care about how the provincial flag is handled as well. And I would like to see that included in 1, 4, and 5, where we only make reference to the national flag.
So are you proposing that as an amendment?
Yes.
So that amendment has been presented. Do we have a seconder to the amendment? We have no seconder to. We have a seconder to the amendment. Any discussion? One moment. I am going to ask the mover if they have anything.
Sure. So I just think that we need to show the same respect to the provincial flag. That's where we get our funding from. Education is provincially funded. So I think that the national flag of Canada as well as the provincial flag of Canada should be shown the same respect and dignity and care that are all mentioned in points 1, 4, and 5, but in our regulation we only have it for the national flag. The only comment about the flag of Ontario is point number 3, that it shall be displayed in a prominent place inside each school. But we may have provincial flags on the outside of our schools as well. So I think that they should also, the condition and the respect and dignity should also be given to our provincial flag in points 1, 4, and 5.
Thank you. I do have 3 trustees waiting to make comment on this amendment. We have Trustee Sartori, Trustee Sipcar, and then Trustee Burgess. Go ahead, Trustee Sartori.
Thank you. Yes. Can I just start by asking for clarification from admin? So we currently fly the provincial flag as well, not outside, but inside every school?
I don't believe that we do that. The provincial, the national flag is flown. That's my understanding.
Okay. And then one other question for clarification. Do we know whether the provincial flag follows the same follows the same legislative protocols that the national flag does?
I would think not, but I don't know the answer to that. Maybe someone else could answer that.
Okay.
It's something we could look up. I don't, I think this, I'm not sure exactly where this is in the Act either, but generally we wouldn't do that.
Okay. Then can I ask one more question for clarification from the mover? My question is whether the mover is asking them if we do intend to fly the provincial flag anywhere, that should we do so, we would follow the same protocols as the national flag, or is the mover asking that we start to fly the provincial flag?
Can I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. No, I believe years ago we had discussions about should a school choose to, they could also fly the provincial flag as well as the national flag. So all I'm saying is that if a school chooses to also have a provincial flag, that it should be treated with the same considerations given to the national flag in 1, 4, and 5. Like I wouldn't want to see a school choosing to fly a provincial flag and then not monitor the condition of it because it's not in the regulation. The regulation says they're only going to monitor the condition of the national flag and get it replaced if it needs to be. But, you know, the provincial flag doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. If a school chooses to fly both on their exterior flagpoles, and they have the option to do that, that if they want to have both the national and the provincial, I just want to ensure that the provincial flag will get the same treatment. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we do have Trustee Sipcar. Nope, Trustee Sipcar has decided not to. Trustee Burgess, do you have a question on the amendment?
Not a question. It's on the floor, right? Yes. Okay. When we looked at it from a policy perspective, we were looking at it as the national flag of Canada. So if I can understand from my colleague the questions about the respect for a provincial flag or respect for any other flag for that matter, but there are different etiquettes and protocols from I'm going to say the owner of the flag. So if you're a federal flag and you're on federal property, there's an etiquette and a protocol that is specific to that. A national flag on a non-federal property actually has more leeway depending on what the organization is. So that's what we've put together as far as our policy for the national flag. We presently now don't purchase provincial flags for exterior flying. We could, I suppose, but that was never considered when we looked at this protocol review by policy committee. We never looked at because there's a shall there. The first one, the national flag of Canada shall be displayed. If we're going to say that the provincial shall be displayed, then we have to fund, maintain, etc. Now, if you're a provincial organization and you fly the provincial flag, again, there's a different expectation for that flag in that organization on that provincial policy or provincial property, owned property, ministry or whatever, you know, than it is for the provincial flag at any other place. The national flag, if we, always fly it, that would be first. Provincial flag is always underneath it. If you don't fly a national flag, then you can put a provincial flag up. But we fly a national flag every year. So now you're talking about two flags on a same flagpole. We only have one flagpole at each of our facilities. We'd love to have additional because then you would have like the most opportunity for a respectful display of all flags, national on its own flagpole, additional on another. We don't have that. So when you're looking at all of our facilities, if we're talking about respect for flags, etc., I would rather refer this back to policy committee than discuss it here for the complexities of the protocol. But for right now, I really like the policy the way it is because it talks about the national flag of Canada and what our duty is and how this organization is committed to having one fly at every one of its facilities every day. So I think that's great. We never even thought of flying a provincial flag at every one of our facilities before. Respect for flags, yes. Respect for every flag, yes. But this is just about that. So that's a big change that I can understand that in the discussion. So I actually like the recognition of the change in number 13 to be amended to reflect the law that we should have been observing since 2016. We know better now, we do better now. As far as investing in 70 whatever, how many provincial flags and looking at them, etc. I just want to say if we get provincial flags, we will be respectful because that etiquette is already in place in your understanding of how we handle flags, but that's not what this is about. So if there's a big amendments coming about purchasing that, I think we need to refer it back. I won't refer it back yet. I won't put that motion on.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess.
Just saying I like it the way it is.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. Trustee Leclerc.
I was gonna say that obviously the provincial flag can be flown underneath the national flag.
Right.
The difficulty that we have is that we also often fly another flag at certain times during the year. I mean, ideally, I'd like to see multiple flagpoles at every school, but that's another issue. I'm wondering if we can't just put in some kind of line in saying that all flags shall be treated with the respect of our national flag when being presented on our school properties. Just a thought.
Are we putting an amendment on?
I'm just wondering if that would, if something, a single line added to that respect would meet the 3 points that Trustee Hatfield's referring to.
Is that a question to the mover? And Trustee Hatfield.
Okay. Well, of course, I want all flags to be respected. But they are a little bit specific about what we are doing with our flags. So I'm not sure how to accomplish. I'm okay with trying to find an easy way to do it. But I believe that over the years, some schools have requested from provincial members an Ontario flag and have received them. And I don't know if there's still schools that are flying them, but they have that option. So that's why I just felt that it should have been included, because those are the two likely flags that would be flying on a permanent basis, as opposed to other flags that come up like for special occasions that might be flown for a month or a week. But the two that might be on the flagpole permanently would be the national flag and the provincial flag. So I was just trying to ensure that the provincial flag received this, because we're just talking courtesies here. We're not talking official language protocols, you know. So we're talking about, you know, on the external flagpole, you know, they're flown during normal hours. They don't have to take them down at night. That's number one. Number 4 is with regard to the condition, and number 5 is about not letting it touch the ground and treating it with dignity. So I don't know why the two can't just be referred to in those same points, that the national flag of Canada as well as the Ontario provincial flag. So just in case the school has them, has both.
Director Kelly?
Yeah, I stand corrected. I said, through you, Madam Chair, I said earlier that I wasn't sure whether they displayed both in the lobby. The provincial and the national flag are to be displayed in the lobby. That's what, according to, Regulation 15 in the Act is saying. So, and in reading the Act is that every school shall fly both flags on occasions that the board directs. In other words, we do have a standard process. We give direction around flags. Our direction here had been the national flag, and at a particular occasion there might be to that, we would provide that direction centrally, is my understanding. And I look to Ms. LeBeau because she's the expert on this, and that the two flags would be in the lobby of the school.
Thank
okay,
you.
then I'll withdraw the amendment. I don't want to make it confusing, and then I'll just move on, if I could, to my second concern.
Is this on the amendment? We have to deal with the amendment first.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you rescinding the amendment?
I will. It's causing too much confusion.
And who seconded that amendment? Trustee Cheen, are you okay with the mover would like to rescind the amendment? Yes? We're rescinding. Okay. So we are back on the national flag of, or the flag protocol.
Mhm.
I don't think I have anyone else on that. Oh, we do have somebody on the first. So Trustee Hatfield, I will put you on the second round, but I do have somebody
Yep.
here still on the first. So I will put you to the second one if
Thank
I'll
you.
have Trustee Burgess. Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to refer this back to the Policy Committee because I think it's worthy of an additional discussion about where the flying of provincial flags or the additional purchase or whatever. There's a discussion. I think we didn't discuss that. Provincial flags are considered in the discussion on the indoor display of flags, et cetera, but we've clearly heard that there's a smattering of who want to raise, et cetera. So if that discussion does lead somewhere that we want to, fly things on an outside basis and a preferred basis, that's not captured here, and it will have to be carefully wordsmithed, I believe. So
the motion on the floor then is to refer
refer
this back to Policy Committee.
and
Do we
to
have
bring
a
it back
seconder?
within the next month.
Do we have a seconder for that?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to refer back to Policy Committee. Brief discussion on that by anyone, very brief.
Are we just referring that question of the national and provincial flag?
We're referring
No,
we're referring
thing.
the full regulation back to the Policy Committee.
I have a.
Well, I would, then I'm going to withdraw my support because I want to deal with my second concern.
As the mover, go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Sorry, I didn't take my mic off from before. So as the mover, I'd like to have it referred back to, because anybody from the board can to attend a policy committee meeting. There's notice given, et cetera, and that discussion can have committee rules and a robust discussion at policy. So anybody who has any amendments at all can bring them forward there, because it will have to still be ratified, whatever recommendations come forward from policy here.
So that currently does not have a seconder to refer back to Policy Committee, or it does. Sorry, I thought Trustee Leclerc has seconded it. Any further discussion on referring it back to Policy Committee?
Yes, I'd like to talk about my second concern, because
So
it's
this
timely.
is Trustee Hatfield. This is on referring it back to Policy Committee.
I know, but you're also going to be cutting me off from being able to bring up my main concern, and I was kind of.
We're not. No one is cutting you off. We're just dealing with the motion that's on the floor now, which is to refer it back to Policy Committee. If it does get referred back to Policy Committee, those comments can be made at Policy Committee, or when this policy or this regulation comes back to the board meeting. That would be the appropriate time for those comments.
And I'm not happy with that. So because I think that my comments are going to be pushed too far down into the future. They're more relevant now. And so I'm going to be concerned that I'm not going to be able to talk about my concern about the.
I understand that. What we're dealing with right now is referring it back to Policy Committee. Do we have any discussion on referring it back to Policy Committee very briefly? Trustee Cheen, and then I'm going to call the question. Go ahead, Trustee Cheen.
I also have an important concern regarding the policy. So
this will be referred back to Policy Committee if this passes, and that will be the point at which you can make those comments to Policy Committee, which will then come back to the board with all of its recommendations from Policy Committee. Right now, we are dealing with referring it strictly back to Policy Committee, and those will be the only comments I'll be taking. So, calling the question, are we referring this back to Policy Committee? All in support. And that passes. Thank you. We are down to notice of motion from Trustee Halberstadt. You do have it in front of you. In the interest of extending courtesy to a long-term community partnership of the Greater Essex County District School Board, I move that administration expedite a review or resource office of the resource officer and VIP programs provided by Windsor Police Services, and that the review and recommendations be shared with the Board of Trustees prior to the beginning of school next November. Would you like to move it, Trustee Halberstadt?
Yes, I will.
Do we have a seconder? Trustee Leclerc. As the mover, Trustee Halberstadt.
Yes, I'm bringing this forward tonight, Madam Chair, out of concern that the long-standing successful programs provided by Windsor Police Services may be terminated, as has happened with the Toronto and Ottawa Carleton Public School Boards, and I believe Peel also. I understand that our board is undergoing an equity audit, which includes consideration of the role of police in schools. We have been advised that the positive role model programs dating back decades and financed by Windsor Police Services will be paused until the fall. Meanwhile, the Catholic Board has decided to welcome back police resource officers after a 2-year hiatus due to the pandemic. Excuse me. An article in the Windsor Star recently quoted Director of Education Imelda Burney from the separate board. These officers are positive role models for our students, she said, and they offer a wonderful variety of programs that reinforce the values we instill in our students every day. Our students and staff are excited to have them back. An equity audit is an examination of the fairness of an institution's programs and policies on how they impact individuals in relation to race, ethnicity, religion, gender, and sexual orientation. Trustee Leclerc has suggested that administration arrange a presentation to the board and trustees to explain what they do in our schools, because I don't think it's that well known. I know it wasn't as well known as I'd like it to be when this came in front of me. But I believe it's an excellent idea to have a second motion from Ron to put that movement in motion to come back to the board as a presentation.
Do we have any other? Trustee Leclerc.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'll bring a motion, but I'm going to make the suggestion that you consider having a presentation done by the service, outlining what activities they provide. And the reason I say I'll be supporting this is because with respect to police in schools, I know there's been issues. I acknowledge that there's been issues in other jurisdictions, but I also know that the Windsor Police took significant steps to make their program unique to this area. And having been a member of the VIP team and taught VIP to grade 6s and had young adults come up to me and say how impactful the program was for them, I think there's merit in the VIP program. I also know that the community resource officers, or what we'd like to call them as community liaison officers, are different than what's used in other jurisdictions. The officers are not there for security purposes, nor do they get involved in discipline issues. So I think there's merit in if before you make a final decision on whether or not the program is appropriate, that you at least have all the knowledge brought to you so you can have full awareness and understanding. That's my comment.
Thank you very much. Trustee Sipcar and then Trustee Burgess. Go ahead, Trustee Sipcar.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I have a question and then a comment. I'm just wondering if administration could comment on both the way, I guess, the oversight in terms of how this program, if it's operational or if it's within the purview of the Board of Trustees, and also any sort of budgetary impact that it has had over the years.
Through you, Madam Chair. The oversight of the program is generally an operational item that it's decided by staff, although I understand there's an interest in the part of trustees for the programming. And your second question was? Budgetary. This program is something I believe funded by the Windsor Police. They have been generous in that, so there aren't huge budgetary concerns around that. I wonder if Superintendent Corback, he's done some research and has anything to add to that.
Thank you, Director Kelly, and through you, Madam Chair. Can we clarify which question? I don't think I can comment on the budgetary implications other than what Director Kelly said. I don't believe there are any really or anything significant. As far as, sorry, would you repeat the first question?
I think it was just related to how the program kind of rolls out within our system and if it's within the purview of the trustees, if we've made decisions on it in the past or if it's an operational decision, which
I would see it very much as an operational decision. It's a liaison program, as Trustee Leclerc identified, that really runs predominantly through school administrators and the Windsor Police Service, although, through this office as the liaison, the bulk of the communication around what the programming will be, when it will start, and just that regular communication would typically come through this office.
I did just have a supplemental comment. I will be supporting the motion, but I'll be doing so with the intention of the focus being on student well-being. And I say that because I am open-minded in the review and the recommendations. So the intention in supporting is not to suggest that I support the program or do not support the program, but really looking through the lens of, does this support our students' well-being? And I do believe that an equity, diversity, and inclusionary lens needs to be taken, and I trust that through the audit that we're already undergoing, that information can be provided to trustees. I think that there have been concerns expressed in the community. I think that it is our due diligence to listen to those, and maybe that doesn't mean an all or nothing approach, but it could very well mean some recommendations to implement a program in a different format. So I just wanted to share that the support of the motion to me is to remain open-minded to the review and the recommendations, and I trust that our administration will undertake that in that way.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for that, Trustee Sipker, through you, Madam Chair. I think that's a very good point. You talked about student well-being, and I guess one of the ways in which we would understand that is student voice. And as a result of that, the timing on this would be somewhat problematic, I think, in order to be able to get student voice when we're very close to the end of the academic school year. So I appreciate your concern for that. And again, I think that's something we have talked about at the senior table is, understanding how students experience that would be an important part of our understanding as we make decisions on that. So for your consideration.
So I've got Trustee Burgess, Trustee Sartori, and then Trustee Leclerc. I'll have you in the... we're not going to do the respond back and forth across the... Yes, I'm going to not do that for now, but I'll put you on the list too. Okay. So Trustee Burgess and then Trustee Sartori.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So my colleague, I think we feel very, very similarly. So when I look at the motion, I think it's a review of, there's just a little typo there, right? A review of the resource officer and VIP programs. There's nothing wrong with a review, particularly through a diversity, equity, and inclusionary lens. That's really what we need to do. My question to if I could through you, Madam Chair, to the mover, would be, why is it just Windsor? I mean, we're a district. OPP polices every other municipality except for Amherstburg, which is, with Windsor. But why would we leave out every other municipality in our district except for Windsor and Amherstburg when we're doing a review of resource officer and VIP programs? They have been very, very welcome and done wonderful things, and are also should be reviewed through a DEI lens, absolutely. So I'm wondering if we could amend that so that we would open up to the others and make sure that just because the OPP didn't come forward at a press conference and mention something, that we're not reactionary. We're looking at it from review of our programming and our partners in the community that deliver these things through a DEI lens.
So is that a question to the mover about including Ontario
I'm wondering why the
Provincial
motion
Police?
isn't, why is this a Windsor motion? We have a district with 9 municipalities.
Yeah, well, they're under the purview of us, the OPP, right? In some of our county schools. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, well, I don't have a problem with that.
So is that an amendment being proposed to this?
I would strike the word Windsor and just say police services. That would do
So
it.
the amendment on the floor is to
You strike the word Windsor.
Strike the word Windsor
And leave it as provided by police services, because that would include OPP and Windsor, and Amherstburg being Windsor. And
So that amendment is on the floor to strike the word Windsor. Anyone in support of that? Okay, that's got support. Anything on, very quickly on that amendment? I think that's prudent. All in support of that amendment? Wonderful. So that amended motion is on the floor, and I do have on that amended, I have Trustee Sartori, Student Trustee Hawkins, Trustee Cook, and then we'll go to second rounds if anybody else. Yep, you're on the second round, Naomi. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll keep my remarks short, but I will follow it with a question for clarification from admin. So I am leaning toward supporting the motion myself as well, and I think that trustees Sipkar and Burgess have well articulated, I think where a lot of us are coming from with the importance of taking an equity and student well-being lens with this review. But I had a question about how, I guess about the decision-making on the policy. So when I was researching something else, I happened to come across our Safe Schools policy and regulation. And I noted that one of the sentences in the policy, for example, indicates that the Greater Essex County District School Board supports the local police school protocol. And then in the Safe Schools regulation, it outlines the police school board protocol. The Greater Essex County District School Board endorses the work of the Police School Board Liaison Committee and its development of the local police school protocol. And B, the local police school board protocol document located in each school's, Safe Schools binder, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm wondering how this program that Trustee Halberstadt is referring to in his motion, how does it relate to the policy that's outlined here?
Superintendent Corbett?
And then in that case, who is the board? Is it the trustees or is it administration that's being referred to?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. So while certainly they're interrelated, the police school board protocol is something a little different, and the liaison committee is a group of representatives from the board and the local police services who meet regularly to review it. It really lays out protocols for partnership with Windsor Police. So things like what would be a mandatory notification to police, for example, versus a discretionary notification. When we conduct an investigation, protocol around a parallel investigation, what's the role of the school investigation, what's the role of the police service conducting an investigation in a situation where there would be parallel investigations happening. So it really lays out the protocols of how we'll interact in those circumstances. It doesn't really relate directly to the VIP or the resource officer program, although in many cases, when the resource officer program, before it was on pause, it would be the resource officer often conducting that investigation because that would be your first call when you needed police assistance with a matter in the school. So while it is related, it doesn't really outline the role of these programs in schools. It's more a document to tell us what we should do in circumstances when we have police involvement in situations in the school.
Just the supplemental, so if I'm understanding correctly then, so no result of the, I guess, decision-making on this motion or the result of the subsequent potential review would necessarily have an impact on the police school protocol.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. No, I wouldn't see it that way. It is something that we do regularly review as part of that committee. And in fact, we just were in discussions last week in a meeting that it's probably time for us to meet again and go through that document. So that is something that is regularly reviewed, but I wouldn't see it as a critical piece of this review of the programming by local police services in schools.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you for that. So I have student trustee Hawkins and then trustee Cook, and then I see you there. So student trustee Hawkins.
Thank you. And through you, I will say I do, support the intent of the motion. However, I do have a little bit of an issue with the timeline. That the review and recommendations be shared with the board prior to the beginning of school next September. And I'll echo what Director Kelly said in that it doesn't really give any opportunity for consultation or review with any students or student groups such as Student Senate or the Indigenous Student Council, as our term is coming to an end and we wouldn't really have time in the fall to review this. Thank you.
So is that a question for the mover, or you're just making a statement about that? Or are you looking for an amendment?
I would say a question to the mover. Was student consultation considered, and would it be possible to change that timeline to allow for it?
To mover.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, one of the main reasons I brought this forward was the timeline, because other school boards have done it. The Catholic board has taken a look. They've done a review and they made some, like I understand, some changes, and now they're coming out and welcoming the police back. And I think it's very vital that we have a presence of the police in our board, in our classrooms, in our schools, as role models. Furthermore, Ottawa and Toronto, they voted on what to get rid of the police. And so it wasn't an operational matter for them. It was actually the trustees that voted to, I guess, kick the police out of the schools. So
we want to keep our comments to the question.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't want, this is why I put this forward, so that we can move it along. And I don't know, as far as surveying the students, that'd be fine. I don't know why it takes so long. This is May. We've got another full month and a half to put a survey out if that's what you want. And I think it's a good idea. And that's what Ottawa did. And the majority of the students who responded in Ottawa, Carleton, the majority of them favored the police presence in the schools by quite a margin. So I don't know if I've answered your question. I just think that we should try to hasten this a little bit, because we haven't been in our schools for 2.5 years now because of the pandemic. So that was the intent of the motion in the first place.
Supplemental?
Yeah, just a comment. Student, if review or consultation would be open to happening with Student Senate. We meet once, possibly twice before the September term starts. We would be open to that if that is available to us. Thank you.
So I have Trustee Cook and Trustee Cheen for first questions, and then I've got Trustee Leclerc and Trustee Sipcar on the second list here. So Trustee Cook and then Trustee Cheen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I will support this. I've had the opportunity to attend VIP program with the kids that I work with, and the program has been extremely successful where I'm at, and the feedback from the students has been awesome. You can see the connection made. It's the same officer that, completes the whole program with the students. Connections are made, the kids, the questions that are asked, and then also there's an opportunity for kids to attend camp at the end of this, and some of our kids have been, which is the program just builds some of our kids right up, and a few of our kids were asked from the VIP officer to attend a camp. And these kids wouldn't get that opportunity if it wasn't for this. So I will be supporting it. I'd also support a presentation here so everybody can ask questions and really have an opportunity to see what this program does for our kids.
Thank you very much. Trustee Cheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, my question is that why originally we initiate to stop this program. I think there are a lot of things that we are doing are not logical, and we kind of lose our common sense. Like we respect the flag, national flag. The policemen, they actually protect our country, protect our safety. So they should be our role model, and in the education, and they join the education system, and it's a good opportunity to teach the students to follow the rules, respect the police, and try to follow them to become future protector of the society. And I don't know if the current trend, like defunding the police and give police less authority, and it does lead to more damages and violences. So how we can choose, and either political correctness or the damage and the violences, and if there is anything wrong with the police system, we can try to correct it, but we cannot just delete it from the whole society. So my point is that I don't understand why it was deleted, and without even ask the permission of the trustees, and for the ongoing survey kind of, who should decide? The kids, they are not matured. When we ask their opinions about the police, do we have to follow their opinions, or if we know something is correct, we do that? Like the education, we give them the subjects they need to learn. It's not depend on their likeness or not. You need to learn this. You need to respect those police. So what I mean is that I don't know, in the future, in the kind of survey or consulting, what result we are going to expect. Well, I think the police is a role model anyway, and we should respect the police to take care of the safety of the society. So I think there is no point to do all this. That's my point.
Do you have a question for administration, or is that the comment on the motion?
I support this motion, but from essential, I don't know why it comes out, and we already see there are more violence with less of police, authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have a first comment?
I do.
Trustee Hatfield, is that you?
Yep.
Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Yes, thank you. So I'm also supporting the motion. I've already said, I think at a previous meeting, as well as in a workshop for trustees, my concern that these programs were removed from our schools, and the way that the trustees found out about it. I have followed the success of the VIP program, I think, almost from the very first year. And I've always appreciated the way that the police services worked with our community locally to make sure that the program was what we needed for our schools, and not something that was a cookie cutter thing from Toronto or any other country across Canada. I did express my personal feeling that I didn't think it was on pause just because of COVID, and that I did have a fear that it wasn't going to come back. I was concerned about the way that it was handled with the police services, and their feeling that was expressed publicly, that they thought there were out-of-town influences on that decision. That concerned me, that's a public perception from the police services and maybe members of our community. So and the fact that our coterminous board did go on pause because of COVID and then took it off pause when it was the appropriate time recently. So, so now our coterminous students are going to be benefiting again from these valuable programs, but not our students. So I think that I want the short timelines. I want to get this back on track if that's what we're going to do. So I'm totally supporting the motion, and I'm glad that it was brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on to second questions, I do have a first question. And my question is to administration. I'm not sure who, to be honest. We've heard a little bit tonight about a presentation that's possible, and that some of the other conversations that we've had around this, that a review is something that I think even our policing partners may also feel is necessary at this time. And so this doesn't seem to me to be too far out of the scope of what is already being undertaken, whether it's through our equity audit or just work that we noticed over this time needed to be done. Have we had a discussion with our policing partners, both Windsor Police and OPP, about this review, and where are they kind of at with it? What is their response to that?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I have been in contact with all three of the local police services. They are aware that we are on pause pending a review of the programming in schools. We are currently considering the appropriate methodology for conducting that review, and we will ultimately be determining what that looks like. But they are aware. I have been in contact with them and have been clear that we want to partner with them and conduct the review, and that we continue to value the partnership and the long-standing relationship with the local police services.
Thank you for that, and I'm appreciative of that ongoing kind of discussion, and that a lot of this review is going to depend on their involvement and responses as well. And so, to Student Trustee Hawkins' point earlier, I find myself questioning whose voices are left out. If I look around this table, I think about that a lot, about whose voices are not represented around this table. And we do have student voice, and we've heard from them. We have no Black voices around this table. We have no Indigenous voices around this table that are asking these questions. Pardon me, we do. But my question, I guess, that follows from that is, what consultation is done through their lens, the services lens, or our lens, to the partnerships that we currently have with racialized communities, with the voices that we're not hearing here, that may be compromised by doing it quickly, that maybe are we at risk if we're doing it quickly? Are we at risk of leaving out those voices for whom this does actually affect more deeply or more acutely, let's say, than we may be able to see here?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I would have concerns about the degree to which we could conduct appropriate consultation in the time frame suggested in the motion. I think we've heard more than once about a lack of consultation, a lack of robust and authentic consultation. And when I think about this just in terms of the list of, off the top of my head, of where these consultations should go, we have multiple advisory committees, we have administration, we have staff, we have students, and the police services themselves, which I think are all integral elements of that consultation. And given the closeness to the end of the school year, given that we need to go out and access student voice in a really authentic, deep way, and particularly through the perspective of underserved communities, I would think that the time frame in the motion as written would be really challenging to do that well.
Thank you for that. I know that we've discussed timelines before. I don't want a timeline to be the reason that I can't support something like this, but I also cannot, in good conscience, vote for this if it's going to compromise exactly that we've heard from our community over and over and over again, that we don't consult like authentically, and we don't reach out to them, and we do things quickly, and we don't listen. We have to listen, and listening takes time. And I know we want to do this, and I want to do this too. So to the mover again, is there any chance that I can support this motion if we move it back from a September review date back, or before September review back to the board? Is there any appetite for that?
Point of order. Before you ask that question, maybe you could also ask whether or not he's amenable to having a preliminary initial report for September, just to help you out.
Thank you for that. So, would you be willing to move the timeline on it, or would you be willing to have an initial review or a preliminary report of the review that is occurring to come back to the Board of Trustees prior to, or in that first meeting in September?
In the interest of moving us forward, yes, I would be okay with an interim report. I think a presentation from the police services would also be in order. I think we can do that before the end of the year, and just to show the good faith to our police and to our community that we're following up on this, and it's not going to be dragged on for well into the next term of office for the trustees. That's what the danger is right now. If we take it past the summertime, and by the time we get up and running again, we're into an election. So I think those are my thoughts about moving it forward.
Thank you for that. I know that there are some questions around the scope of what we'd be looking at, because this does significantly change. It's not a full review. It would be some of those conversations. And so I guess I'll continue on with the next set of questions, and hopefully some of my colleagues will address that. And then we can consider what would go into perhaps an amended version of this motion with some help from the original mover. But I will move on to the next set of questions so we can get some clarity on that, and there may be a bit of an amendment that we see a little bit later. So thank you for that discussion. Trustee Leclerc, Trustee Sipkar, and Student Trustee Hawkins, I've got you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to go back to my original comments and just add some clarification based on the comments that Trustee Sipkar made, because I totally support the comments that Trustee Sipkar made. So my intent on supporting this is that I as a trustee, have always focused on student outcome and student well-being. That's why we're here, right? And I don't want to see a program that's in place that is harmful to a community or to communities. But I also think that we've heard examples of programs from outside our jurisdiction, and I do know there's some local differences, and I think that's why I'm supporting it. Is I think we need to understand how the delivery model is different here, and if at the end of the day we go through the steps and somehow we come to the conclusion that it is adverse to student well-being, then so be it. I mean, obviously, I also carry some baggage with me in terms of what I think is the appropriate steps, but I would defer to the findings, because defer to whatever the findings are once we're through the process, because I do care about student outcomes and well-being. That's why I'm here. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on that, because when Trustee Sipkar was speaking to it, I failed to address those when I was initially speaking. So I appreciate her comments and bringing that up, and I just wanted to articulate that. Like everybody else around here, around the table tonight, we all have that focus in mind and want to continue down that lane. And at the end of the day, wherever we go, but I think it's worth exploring.
Thank you. Trustee Sipkar.
Sure, I have a question of administration and then a comment. What would be your ideal timeline, and how does this fit with the ongoing work that we are currently undertaking with respect to EDI?
Thank you for that question, Trustee Sipgar, through you, Madam Chair. I think the timelines would more likely be into mid-fall. It would be what I have in my mind, but Superintendent Corbeck might have a better idea. I know you've been having some discussions and thinking about this. There are, as you know, boards across Ontario, significant number of boards actually, more than just Ottawa and Toronto, Upper Grand. I can think of a number of them, Waterloo Catholic, that have done reports. So I know you've been looking at some of those. Superintendent Corbeck, you might be able to respond to that.
I have looked at a number of reports, and thank you, Director Kelly. I do think that there is a need to have a better picture of what the methodology will look like for the review, but based on those reviews that are available from other boards across the province, I would think a fall to sort of end of semester one deadline would be a more reasonable target in terms of completing this.
Thank you. And then just a comment on that. I think I'd like to retract my statement earlier about supporting the motion in light of hearing the comments around timeline. I think that if the mover was amenable to a timeline that was pushed back, even past the election, I think the work that we're doing as a Board of Trustees outlives each and every one of us in this seat. So whether we're here or not, it is important that the work is done properly and not expedited because we want to see a program continue and we don't know the actual impact of it. I appreciate that there are positive comments in the community, but there's also been negative comments. And I think that that's problematic to just take anecdotal feedback and insist that we expedite a return to something when we don't actually know that impact. And lastly, I appreciate that there are concerns around the, outside jurisdictional, information being brought in. But I think that we would be remiss if we do not think of ourselves at a moment in time when education across the board in North America is being looked at in terms of its role in indigenous issues, in our racialized minorities. And so I think that we do need to take into account those broader issues that are happening in other jurisdictions and look at ourselves critically. And I think that it is a very prudent thing for us to do a review. I go back to my previous comments and just say that I am open-minded. We could have a good program. We could have a program that does address concerns, but we could also have a program where there are gaps, where there are things falling through the cracks, and where there's massive room for improvement. And I think that that is what is guiding me in the motion. And if we're going to rush that simply to get the program back in, I won't support the motion. But if the intent of if the mover would be willing to change the timeline to that so that it aligns with the other work that we are doing in terms of EDI and properly listening to our communities, then I will be willing to support it because I think that's the outcome that we want, or I should say that I want. I would like to put forward an amendment to Trustee Halberstadt as the mover, rather than it saying shared with the Board of Trustees prior to the beginning of school next September. If it's okay, it would say shared with the Board of Trustees in, I don't want to say semester one, but in fall of next year, which gives, I think, our administration some room to maneuver. So.
Sorry, Trustee Sakar, was that fall of 22?
Sorry, is semester one, fall of 2022, correct? Yeah.
So is that the amendment that you're putting forward is to strike shared with the Board of Trustees prior to the beginning of school next September and replace with?
In the fall of 2022.
Shared with the Board of Trustees in the fall of 2022.
Yeah, no timeline. So if it's the fall, I mean, that's till, I guess, technically at the end of November.
So shared with the Board of Trustees in the fall of 2022.
Yes, if I'm understanding administration's response in their timelines correctly.
That's the amendment on the floor. Do I have a seconder? Trustee Sartori on that amendment, briefly, because we have had quite a bit of discussion on that, but I want to be respectful of everyone's time here. So to the mover of the amendment, anything you want to add before I go to questions? Nope. So questions on that amendment, Trustee Burgess and Trustee Chin.
So I had an amendment ready, so I will tell you what my amendment would have been and how my concerns are. So on this amendment, shared with the Board of Trustees in the fall of 2022. I believe that this is the work of the next elected board. It will be the work of the next elected board. That when the report comes, they will receive it and have to move on it and do it, and there'll have to be some significant education around this. So the fall of 2022 is, I guess, legally between what, September 21st and December, whatever, till the end of the year, till the end of the school year. That sounds reasonable to me. I want to also say that my amendment was to the other way, rather than the timeline, the expectation before September. So I was going to suggest the words, any preliminary recommendations be shared with the Board of Trustees, but prior to September. Now, I want to talk about any meeting prior to the school year, because the motion on the floor without the amendment basically before the beginning of school year, there's an expectation that there's going to be some sort of presentation before we actually meet. Well, for the last 3 years during the pandemic, we actually have had meetings during the summer. I don't know what the expectation is, but there may still be an expectation for us to meet as a board prior to the beginning of the school year, late August. That has happened for the last several years. I think that's an expectation. It's not on the calendar, nothing there, but that might happen. So I'm putting that there. So that's not an unusual thing to meet before September in a year that still has a virtual school and everything else, right? So I also wanted to take the point to say that the consultation piece, there's the tension between the word expedite a review and then how do you expedite the consultation? Well, on the amendment is about the timeline. It's about either adjusting the expectations for meeting September or doing a more thorough job in having the consultation piece by the fall. That's what the amendment kind of implies. So I just wanted to say that the consultation piece is really important, that obviously student voice, yes, you have a little pocket and there's final exams and graduations and all kinds of things in that timeline for the next month and a half. We have an Indigenous Education Advisory Council. I don't know how often they meet, how consultative that can be. That's an important piece in this. We have an anti-Black racism committee, and they should definitely have some sort of consultation. It's a committee of the board, so they should definitely have some input on this recommendation. That's already there. Student Senate, obviously, the Indigenous caucus within Student Senate. SEAC, behavioral issues. There's all kinds of things that show up in suspensions and expulsions in the student discipline, et cetera, that the programs, not the protocols, the programs support. So to do a good job, to meet a timeline that's reasonable, to have the consultation we need, I think we either adjust the nature of the report that we would get before September or delay it. Now, I think I'd rather expedite. I'd rather have something from this board to pass the baton to the next board, because we may not all be here. Some of us maybe not. It would be nice to have a preliminary report if there is something prior to the school year, but if not, then definitely by the fall. So I'm sort of sitting on a fence here on the amendment. I would rather have a preliminary thing, expedite it, to at least have some sort of feedback, and in the next 6 weeks or throughout the summer, have those discussions, however, because people are still working, have those discussions so at least we have a lay of the land begin by the first of the school year. And if not, then okay, we wait and it's done in the fall. That's the confusion I have right now.
Thank you. On the amendment, I have Trustee Chin.
I think since the original, motion was made by Trustee Halberstadt, and I wonder if we can make the deadline to before the next election, next board. That means November. Is that November? Yeah, before we change and we have it down. Rather move it, leave it to the next board. And I wonder this time, give certain time to collect the, ideas and not wait for the end of the semester.
So are we making an amendment to the amendment?
Yeah.
So the amendment to the amendment,
Mhm.
sorry, okay. I want to have this discussion and I want to have it the right way, but we're going to exhaust ourselves by having it. So we got to do it efficiently while doing it effectively, okay? So we're going to do this not quickly, but well. All right? Come with me on this learning journey. The amendment on the amendment is what? If you don't...
Is the timeline is,
No, I just need the wording for the amendment.
The wording is that, is there any timeline here?
Point of order. Are we allowed to amend an amend? We're, okay.
Yeah, my amendment is just put the deadline to the end of this session of board.
So that amendment is on the floor. Any support for that amendment? I'm sorry, that does not pass. We are on the current amendment. Trustee Sipcar, Trustee Halberstadt, and then I'm going to call the question on the...
Oh, I wanted to get in there somewhere for the first time.
On the... Okay. So on the amendment, we have Trustee Sipcar, Trustee Halberstadt, Trustee Hatfield, Trustee Cook, and I'm done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify the intent. I was not interested in a interim report that would get us to the next stage. I was hoping for a more fulsome review. I also think that, in the fall of 2022 captures maybe the sentiment of Trustee Cheen, knowing that the first meeting in December and the only, I think, is the organizational meeting. I also think that we're getting lost or not seeing the forest through the trees here. As to the intent, is that it's a fulsome review and providing recommendations back, and that it's not really about any one individual trustee or board of trustees, but that this work is being passed on to administration, who is already undertaking this work, and we're supporting it as a board. And so I stand by the in the fall of 2022 amendment, and I will say no more.
Thank you. Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would agree with that in the interest of moving it forward, because from what I'm hearing today around the table is it's the recipe for gridlock. And that was one of the reasons I made that motion in the first place. And so now we seem to be going down the same alley. But I would, and again, in the order of, in the interest of getting it done or getting it on with it, I would agree. I would support Trustee Sipcar's motion, and also that it would include a presentation by mid.
That's an amendment on the amendment, and frankly, at this point, unless it has support.
I'll support that.
It's just a tag on. It's a presentation.
A tag on it is an amendment. So where are we putting, what's the wording on the amendment?
That there be a report back to the board on this issue by mid fall, and pardon me.
It's fall 2022 is the current.
Fall of 2022, which would provide a presentation to the trustees on what this program does, and also.
Is this the wording of the amendment?
Yeah, I guess so.
So I don't know
you
that anybody would know what they were voting on.
You don't want a presentation.
We need to know the wording of the amendment that we're voting on.
I'll go with Trustee Sipkar's motion, but I think it's a recipe for gridlock.
I appreciate that. And I think there is appetite for a presentation, and I think there is appetite for even the police services to do that as well. And so I think that's not being left out of this. And so I can appreciate that we want to make sure that that is part of what this work is undertaking as well. So on the amendment, I have Trustee Hatfield, Trustee Cook, and then I'm calling the question on the amendment. Trustee Hatfield.
Okay, I just wanted to say I will be supporting the amendment, although I have the same feelings about getting this moved along quickly, because I think it's really important for our school communities and our students to know that we're not necessarily pausing the police services programs on a permanent basis, especially, I go back to my point that the Coterminous Board has reinstated these programs, and they're up and running for students of that school board, but not ours. And so I think it's important that administration comes back to us at some point midway, if we could say midway, so that we can let our school communities know what we're doing, maybe why we're doing these reviews, and what we and how we hope that it will benefit our students at the end of the day, that we've taken a longer time with the process. So I think the amendment to the motion is good, but I think it's important to have an understanding that we need to communicate not just with trustees, but with our school communities. Especially for families and parents who see that the programs are back into the coterminous board. So I think communication is very important midway to show what we're doing. So I hope that without the need for a motion, that administration will appreciate the importance of that and come to the trustees at some point, perhaps around October, to let us know where it's going and how it's going.
Thank you for that. And I do note that with this ongoing work, should this motion pass, that the potential is always available to trustees to ask at trustee question period, and it would be prudent for us to ask administration ahead of time if they could be prepared for those sorts of things. There may be some discussions that are ongoing. Trustee Cook is out on her question, so I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All in support of the amendment. And that passes. So back to the original motion. I have student trustee Hawkins, trustee Burgess, trustee Cook, trustee Sartori. No to look at this, just knocking them off.
You scared them.
I did. Trustee Burgess, do you have any comment?
I move to call the question.
Heck yeah. Okay, so there has been a motion to call the question. Do we need a vote on that? Call the question. Yes. So I want to thank you guys very much for that discussion. I know that it went a little bit, but I think it's important, and I think we are displaying the reason why we need to ask our communities as well. So on the motion as amended, all in support?
Support.
It's a beautiful thing. And that passes. Thank you very much. Moving on to report of the Director of Education. Director Kelly.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, we are in the middle of May. The weather has improved incredibly, and we're looking forward to the first traditional year that we've had since 2019. It's certainly a great time of year with so many fresh colors and scents in the air, and it gives you a feeling of hope. But that doesn't mean there isn't work to do and things happening in our schools. Today, the Muslim Student Association at Vincent Massey Secondary School presented a big check to the Downtown Mission. During Ramadan, they raised $5,500 from an entire school community from direct donations and a bake sale. Yes, congratulations. Last week, we announced the recipients of the 2022 Outstanding Service Awards. And I hope you've had a chance to read their citations, which I know Scott Scandalberry always does a great job of, explaining exactly why they're honored. And over the next few weeks, I'm going to go out to present the awards in person. Many of our school communities celebrated Earth Day in April. These kids at Legacy Oak Trail Public School pitched in with some litter cleanup in their neighborhood. This is also a time of the year for track and field days for elementary schools. There are lots of young people outside being active and showing off their speed and their talent. And there's a lot of both at Sandwich Secondary School. The Sabres recently won another overall championship at the WEXA Track and Field Championships. Those more scientifically inclined have been stretching their limits at school science fairs, which of course lead to regional and possibly national competitions. Last week at King Edward Public School, students learned some basics in bike safety from the Windsor-Escos County Health Unit and Active School Travel, who are promoting the benefits of more kids getting to and from school in safe and healthy ways. And the MD Benny Public School community in Leamington had a celebration last week. I was very pleased to be there with Superintendent Allwender when they received their official certification as an International Baccalaureate World School. They'll be offering the full primary program in September. And Western Secondary School held a party of its own last, I think a couple weeks ago, to commemorate the history of the school prior to its closing. And they'll be part of the new North Shore High School in Amherstburg next September. And I know this weekend, General Amherst had a celebration as well, and I know Trustee Hawkins was involved with that, and I know we'll see more pictures about that. So thank you to everyone for their work on that. And next week, I'm pleased to announce that there will be launching our Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Strategy with an online event on Wednesday, May 25th at 6:30. A lot of work and collaboration has gone into this plan, and we're very grateful to our community. And I'm incredibly hopeful that and confident that this will be a powerful and useful tool to move us forward in our goal of equity, diversity, and inclusion. And therein is my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of the director this evening? Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I so look forward to every year, and, you know, it's been disruptive during the pandemic, obviously, but to the Outstanding Service Awards and actually having them physically allotted and having their families here and all that. I loved the write-ups. I loved the puns, Mr. Scalabry. I love that. I missed the voice. I could imagine it. But it is something that I really look forward to, and it is something that's really much more celebratory than going out individually. I appreciate the effort, but I hope this isn't a new practice necessarily. I liked what we did. I thought what we did was great. So can somebody give me a ray of hope that maybe next year the Outstanding Service Awards will be in public, you know, collectively, and we can all, you know, really celebrate them?
Through you, Madam Chair, if I might respond to that, yes, it is always great to do that in person. You will recall, though, because things have changed, that we actually made an event as part of the service pins and recognition there, and I thought that was wonderful. Rather than people crowding in a boardroom, which was important, this was a great way to do that, and it's our intent to do that again. I think that was a great event, and the attendance in it was excellent. Even colleagues came out to support each other, as did families to support people, so that would be our intention to do that if all goes well.
Wonderful. Any other questions of our director this evening? Thank you very much for that report. We're moving on to the report of our OPSPA director, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I don't know it's 9:01. I don't know. Place your bets. There is a bit of a report because we will be going to the annual general meeting. This year it's the first one in person for several years, since 2019, I guess. Yeah, because 2020 was virtual. And that happens in the beginning of June. We did have a board of directors meeting, and it was really jam-packed. It was a very heavy agenda. Some great presentations, etc. And I will be sharing that. The summary is now given to us by OPSPA staff. Lisa Reinhardt does a fabulous job capturing not minutes, but the summary of the board of directors meeting that we had. So we did talk about the annual general meeting in the program. There was, of course, a call for nominations and elected positions, and I'll let you know because some are actually acclaimed already. We did get notice of many veteran trustees around the table who announced that they would not seek re-election in any way in the fall. So there will probably likely be at our next public education symposium. The predictions are a likely turnout just very similar to the election of 2018, where maybe 50% or more of school boards will have brand new trustees new to the position. That's what's being talked about right now. So that brings fresh life and new ideas and new voices and all of that, but it also means a steeper learning curve for the whole organization working as a board of directors as well. We had an update on education funding. I'm just going to skip through. We had an update on capital priorities program, and I will be speaking about a policy resolution that's going forward at the AGM. So far, I think my recommendation is that Greater Essex County should support it. Unless I hear otherwise, I'll be voting for it. It comes forward from Blue Water District School Board, and it basically asks that I'll read it, but that the province recognize that there is local expertise and local planning and understanding of demographics and migration within a district, et cetera, so that when we make proposals for schools, that we actually say, but no, this development, this thing really is going to happen, and by the time we get through all the loops and everything else in the build and whatever, that we don't open schools with 10 portables on site. Because we could have predicted it when we knew we had some solid information. And the capital finance branch, et cetera, as you know, doesn't recognize unless there are actual enrollment dates, enrolled students, et cetera, and those things aren't considered in the actual design and build. So there is a motion coming forward. So we talked about capital funding at length and also about this resolution from Blue Water. Right now, there is an I Love Public Education campaign on. If we could make even handheld signs, I heart public education, and take them in as selfies and send them on to OPSPA. They are putting some things together because we do really want to champion public education. Public education can be a political football, and I will tell you that even now that we're in a writ period, there's a different vision. There is a distinct vision that's being put forward on a provincial level about support for public education, and so it's a good time to show your advocacy. We had an update about Indigenous education, some legislative updates, and I think it was within 3 days of the Board of Directors meeting that the writ was dropped. There is promotion about the municipal election coming up in the fall and what the new rules and changes are for the campaign period and the expectations, and of course the new date from previous years. And there is a great guide, and it's called Making a Difference, Running for Election as a School Board Trustee. And that should be, it is in all the municipal clerks' hands and is a publicly attainable document. And we encourage anybody who's considering this role, knowing that the next 4 years is going to be very challenging for that recovery we're seeking, that making up for lost learning, etc. And you need good folks that can put their name forward and govern. So key dates: May 2nd, the writ was the nomination and campaign period starts for municipal elections. August 19th is nomination day, so it's the last day to be nominated for municipal elections, including school board trustee positions. August 19th is also the final day to withdraw your name if you feel that, you want to do that. October 24th is the voting day. There probably may be some advanced voting depending on where you are and what municipality. October 24th is voting day, regularly in-person ballot. November 15th is when the new school board term begins. We talked about Project Compass, which was a really big review of our organization, OPSPA, our provincial organization, and there are so many recommendations coming forward from that review, a lot through a DEI lens, which also happened, of course, after our equity audit as an organization as well. So there will be changes coming in the next year. We had a labor relations update, and there was an Education, Labor Relations, and Human Resources Symposium held on April 28th. I didn't attend. I'm not sure if, thank you. I know what to say. Thank you. But there were 170 attendees there, so that was, and it's going to be, contracts expire this year for most things, so it's a very active file and good for anybody who took that professional development. There was a release of final recommendations regarding a proposed K-12 education standard for accessibility. There was updates on our EDI work, rising again from our audit, and the Board of Directors endorsed recommendations regarding the Indigenous Trustees Council and the establishment of a Black Trustees Caucus on OPSPA, which is going to make a tremendous difference, and we're really looking forward to that. There were updates from the education program work group, and part of that was on the newly the mandatory early reading screening and right to read, and I was very happy to give the Greater Essex update from that and how well placed we are, and that's evident when you get at an OPSPA Board of Directors meeting, when you see that there are other boards that just have not even started the work. So it's wonderful to know that we're already kind of down the road and well placed. We talked about modernizing curriculum, modernizing education. Let me see, I keep going here. Transitioning from the COVID-19 school experience. Of course, the education program work group did a lot of work on this, and who has the crystal ball, but there has been a discussion and collaboration with the OPSPA Advisory Committee, and a discussion paper was released, and partners have been meeting monthly, but the meetings of the table have been put on pause until October 22 to collect data and research that will inform the discussions for a reimagined school system. Like, it's a big thing. There was an update on the specialist high skills major, the SHISM for nonprofit education stream. So in other words, like an internal thing to encourage folks to go into the education, the work of education, and to have the SHISMs internal to our organization, so that we're fostering kids to take on teaching and other positions. We listened to the EQAO Advisory Committee, and there's going to be a big report and some changes coming around EQAO probably as well, and an update from the Canadian School Board Association as well. And the Congress is being held this year in Saskatoon in July, and it's also alongside the Indigenous Trustees Gathering, which happens annually as well. To the resolutions, I wanted to let you know, because this is the one I wanted to... Okay. It is titled, Consider Student Population Estimates and Projected Enrollment Data in School Size When Building New Schools. It's put forward by Blue Water District School Board. There is rationale attached with the whereases, etc., but the resolution states, be it resolved that the OPSPA support and recommend that student population estimates and professionally projected enrollment data in school size be considered in the funding formula for school size when building new schools, and to use the same planning data that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the Ministry of Finance require municipalities to use. And so I intend on supporting that. There may be amendments, etc., but what I would like to ask of administration, if I could, is to have some good, clear examples of how it has affected us within Greater Essex over our last, I don't know how many, several builds, that we can say that with all good intention, we did try to say that there would be development, and yes, we did open that school with 10 portables, and it did grow to 19 portables, and we always discuss when approving a design, where do the portables go before we even approve the design, because we know it. So if we could get some of those solid examples and dates and times, et cetera, that would help move this resolution forward, so that as an organization we can petition the government to really please recognize something that is absolutely a flawed formula for helping us in capital projects. Just very, very quickly, where did that document go? I will just say that then quickly, there have been some positions that have been acclaimed. Western Region, Arlene Morel will be our at the executive table. She'll be the chair of Western Region, and Kathy Abraham has been acclaimed as the president of OPSA for the next 2-year terms. There are several others. I think George Saranen will be representing Northern, and Donna Danielli is also on there. But there are still lots of opportunities for executive council to be changed at the AGM, and I am putting my name forward as well for policy development work team. That'll come from the floor. That ends my report. If you have any questions, I will, yes, Madame, forward the summary and the resolutions to everybody, should you have any questions.
Thank you very much. What an important resolution. I think we've talked about that many times in this boardroom for sure. So thank you for that. Any questions of our OPSPA director? Very thorough report this evening. Thank you very much. We are moving on to the update on diversity, equity, and inclusion actions. We are having a presentation from Superintendent Houston this evening on our workforce census. Superintendent Houston.
Thank you very much. So we've been providing monthly updates to the Board of Trustees around our DEI work. And this month we chose to give a specific update around our workforce census, since we haven't had an opportunity to share that with trustees yet, and do it in the form of an actual presentation. So we conducted our census, and the goal of that was because we're committed to fostering a community that's focused on diversity, equity, and inclusivity within our school board. Our census day was on November the 12th, where the entire board participated in the census, and the information that we gathered from that is going to allow us to be able to support the development of programs, resources, and supports to build an even more inclusive, welcoming, and supportive environment for all of our employees within the school board. Turner Consulting Group was hired to be the group that would work with us to conduct the census. It was important to us that we did not conduct the survey, so that there was anonymous for our employees to be able to participate. So has supported the school board, and then in the 2022-23 school year, Turner Consulting will also be supporting us in our demographic student data gathering project. And this is going to help us to identify who our students are and compare it with the results of our workforce census to identify where we lack in representation in terms of our staff makeup compared to our student makeup. So the goals of the census were to answer the following questions, and I had sent the presentation to you ahead of time, so I won't reread the questions, but those were the goals of what we were looking for in terms of the census. The survey design, the questions were actually designed by Turner Consulting. Senior administration provided input, principals and vice principals, as well as our union partners, were provided with an opportunity to review all of the questions and to revise any of the questions prior to the survey actually being administered. The survey contained only 11 questions. It took less than 10 minutes to complete it, and the completion of it was completely voluntary and anonymous, and the participants who chose to not participate in the survey had an option to do so, or you could participate in a portion of the survey, and with every single one of the questions there was an option to be able to opt out of answering it by simply selecting, I prefer not to answer this question. Employees were also able to exit the survey at any time and not complete it in its entirety. And then there was a secure electronic site was created by Turner Consulting, so it isn't even housed on our own server, so we don't have access to the information. And then staff were also able, for those that chose not to do it electronically, to provide a paper copy, put it in a sealed envelope marked to my attention, and then I forwarded those directly without opening them to Turner Consulting, where they were opened by the consultants. So of our board's 4,529 permanent and occasional and temporary employees, 3,788 people indicated that they had received and were given the opportunity to participate in our census. Those that did not want to participate shared some reasons, such as that they were too busy, which I think we can all appreciate, even though it was a very short 10-minute survey, that they were not interested. Some gave no real response, and then some were actually concerned about the privacy. In addition, 13 staff shared that they were not supportive of the purpose of our census. And then the breakdown of employee groups indicated that almost each one of the groups had anywhere between 82 to 100% completion, but few groups had low as mid to 50% participation. And those groups generally are those that may not be as electronically savvy and did not participate and chose to not do a paper copy. Our largest employees groups that did participate were our permanent teachers, and that was about an 84% participation rate from all of our teaching groups. So the workforce census asked our employees to identify whether or not they had a disability, and if so, to specify the type of the disability. And in 2012, the Canadian Survey on Disabilities is a national survey that Canadians between age 15 and over complete. And Windsor specific, so not the board, but Windsor, Essex County specifically, does not have information available through the census that's done, Statistics Canada, around specifically when identifying with a disability. So for us, based on what we know from any other surveys, not necessarily one done through Census Canada, we do have underrepresentation of people with disabilities in our workforce within the Greater Essex County District School Board. So responses indicated that physical disabilities and mental health disabilities are the most common type of a disability experienced by our employees. And close to 4% of our workforce reported that having a diagnosed mental health concern. The data reinforces the need for us to continue to do our work on developing our mental health strategy, which we've shared with you previously, and that the work that we need has to be committed to doing with our SBCI partners that we've shared at the previous Education Committee, and the census data also has confirmed that that's a priority of the work that we need to be doing for our employees. The survey asked our employees to indicate whether or not they identify as being North American Indigenous ancestry and the race with which they identified. So compared to the Windsor Census metropolitan area population, which is abbreviated as CMA, Indigenous people are underrepresented in our Greater Essex County District School Board workforce. 1.4% of our employees who responded to this survey identified as Indigenous, compared to 3% of the Windsor Essex population. So we do have a gap, and if we put it in people, we have a gap of 58 people in our workforce to be compared to what our region would represent in terms of Indigenous people. And then in total, 10% of our GECDSB employees identified as racialized, while 20% of the population in our region identify as racialized. So this represents, if we were look at it in people again, 357 racialized people is our gap in our own workforce. And then by contrast, 77% of those in the region identify as white, and 83% of our workforce identify as white. So we're overrepresented in our own data in terms of our workforce identifying as white. When the data is disaggregated by race, our data shows that all of our groups are underrepresented within the Greater Essex County District School Board compared to the representation within Windsor and Essex County. So of our 3,544 employees who did respond, To the question around religion and faith, 55% of our identified as Christian, 6% identified with a non-Christian religion, compared to 73% of the Windsor-Essex region identify as Christian, and 8% identify in Windsor-Essex as non-Christian. A large proportion of our staff reported that they were atheist, agnostic, or not affiliated with any faith at all, or a religious or a belief group, which was actually 29% of the people who participated, and 19% of the Windsor-Essex community identify under that category. Our workforce census allowed us to survey responses to identify their gender identity, and gender identity, just as a reminder, refers to a person's internal sense or feeling of being a woman, a man, both, neither, or anywhere on the gender spectrum, which may or may not be the same as the person's sex assigned at birth, and is different from and does not determine a person's sexual orientation. Statistics Canada does collect data on gender. However, it does not allow Canadians to identify a gender other than male or female. Who knew that in 2022? As such, no census data was available for us to be able to do a comparator to that. And there is absolutely no data on transgender. So the table that you see in front of you shows that a vast majority of our Greater Essex employees identify as cis women, of 69%, with 22% identifying as cis men. And by contrast, over half, so our Windsor and Essex population, 51% of our population identify as cis woman or female, and 49% identify as a male. So we see that here we clearly don't represent the community as well. However, we did have 8% of our staff who chose not to answer the question. The next one is around sexual orientation. So the workforce census asked employees to identify their sexual orientation. It provided an option of bisexual, gay, heterosexual, straight, lesbian, queer, questioning, and two-spirit. If a survey respondent did not identify with one of the sexual orientations, they were given an opportunity in a box to write within their own sexual orientation. The table in front of you shows that 5% of our respondents, so 190 of our employees, identify as bisexual, lesbian, gay, pansexual, queer, questioning, two-spirited, or asexual, while 85% of our employees identify as heterosexual, and 10% of our employees chose to not answer this question. The Census of Canada does not ask questions about sexual orientation, and as such, we must rely on other population surveys for an estimate to identify sexual orientation within the broader community population. So we do not have individual results by province or by cities for us to be able to do a comparator to, but using estimates that Turner was able to gather, our survey respondents who indicated that they identify within the LGBTQ2S+ appear to be well represented within our Greater Essex County District School Board workforce. And given the question on sexual orientation had one of the highest non-response rate, there is a concern that maybe some of our employees do not feel safe in disclosing their identity, or those who are heterosexual maybe felt more comfortable in answering, and those that don't identify as such felt uncomfortable in sharing that information with their employer. And then, while the demographic data overview of the organization is important, it provides us with a diversity of our workforce. It's critical in our equity efforts to analyze the data and to determine whether particular groups face barriers to hiring and advancement, whether it be in a teacher diversity group, within the age and years of service of our racialized employees, and within our permanent and occasional teachers. So our teacher diversity gap compares the percentage of racialized teachers to the proportion of population that is racialized in Windsor. And we see that the graph shows a large demographic divide between the proportion of racialized teachers and the racialized population of Windsor. And then the racialized population makes up 20% of Windsor, yet only 10% of our employees identify as a racialized individual in terms of our permanent and our occasional teachers who completed the census. So this results in a diversity gap, which is substantial for us, of at minimum 235 individuals. Would need to be hired in order for us to even close the gap in terms of misrepresentation. The changing demographics of our workforce can be made evident by analyzing the racial diversity of our workforce by age and by the years of service of our employees. And quite often there's greater diversity among our younger employees and our more recently hired employees. So this graph shows you the age breakdown of racialized and white employees at the school board. And the data shows that racialized employees have a younger age profile than their white counterparts. 45% of all of our racialized employees are under the age of 40, and 51% are age 41 to 60, whereas for white, 38% of them are under the age of 40, and 59% are between 41 and 59 years of age. The next graph shows you that a larger proportion of racialized than white employees have 10 years of service or less, while a larger portion of white employees have 16 years of service or more. And 55% of our racialized employees have 10 or fewer years of service, compared with 39% of our white employees, and 26% of racialized employees have 16 or more years of service, compared to 40% of our white employees. So another really important area for consideration is an increase in the precarious employment in the labor market generally, with women, with racialized people, with Indigenous people, and with people with disabilities. Less likely to be employed in full-time permanent positions has been identified within our board, and it compares the representation of racialized white permanent occasional teaching position. And this graph shows us that 81% of our white teachers are in permanent positions, compared to 19% who are long-term occasional or daily occasional positions, whereas by contrast, 66% of our racialized teachers are in permanent positions, with 34% in a long-term or a daily occasional position. So Turner Consulting provided us with several recommendations, and I'll highlight just a few of them for you for our work for us moving forward. So given that only 4% of the survey respondents reported that they have, given that they have 4% have a mental health disability, it's recommended that we continue to implement and build upon our mental health strategy to reduce the stigma around mental health, to increase supports for our employees, and equip our managers and school administrators to support our employees. The second recommendation is, given that 8% of the survey respondents indicated that they have a physical or mental disability, which may or not be evident, it's recommended that we continue to provide our administrators with access to training to ensure that they're appropriately accommodating our employees. The third recommendation is that we review our hiring practices. We establish hiring practices and training that reduce biases and develop recruitment strategies to close the teacher diversity gap, while also putting mechanisms in place to monitor our progress. Fourth recommendation was that we prioritize the hiring of racialized teachers, both permanent and occasional. The next recommendation is that we survey our new employees at the point of hire voluntarily to assess progress made towards diversifying our workforce. And then the sixth recommendation, as you know, we'll be conducting an employment systems review which will help us to explore barriers to advancement for racialized and Indigenous employees, particularly our teachers, and develop specific strategies for them to be able to support their advancement into school administrator or positions of added responsibility within the school board. And the seventh and final recommendation is, due to the diversity of religions within our workforce, it raises the definite need for us to ensure that our managers and our school administrators are aware of their legal duty to provide religious accommodations to all of our employees from non-Catholic religion. We already do a great job for those that identify as Catholic. and that the board ensures that the policies are in place to allow for accommodations for religion and for managers and administrators to receive appropriate training in this area. So just in quick summary, the different communities that make up our Greater Essex County are becoming increasingly diverse, and to respond to the needs of the increasingly diverse student population, we must not only create inclusive workspaces, but we must also hire a workforce that reflects the diversity of our student population, because we currently do not reflect that. We are looking forward to working with Turner Consulting to do our employment systems review in the next school year, which is going to help us to better address identified items and recommendations from the report that's been provided for you this evening. And I'm happy at this point to take any questions. I know that was a lot of data, and I'd be happy to share the specific data with you in terms of the charts so that you could refer to later.
Thank you very much for that that report, and it was great because it was so data heavy to have it ahead of time, so we could kind of go through it. But the context, I think that you provided is great as well. So thank you for not only for the presentation, but thank you to you and your team for your work on this as it continues from here. So I do see questions from trustees. I have Trustee Sipcar and Trustee Cheen. Go ahead, Trustee Sipcar.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for this presentation. I thought it was really interesting and appreciate the work that went into it. My question, actually the slide that I found particularly interesting was the one around the precarious work, so the permanent versus contract and that analysis that was done. I had a follow-up question, and then I might have answered it in my head as I was thinking about it. Was there any information collected as to as you would move up, in, so to speak, into like administrator positions, principal, vice principal, was that type of information captured? And my thought was probably not, because it might have been a privacy issue, but I wondered about how you moved forward, so to speak, in your career, what those demographics looked like at more senior levels.
Thank you for that question. So we did have a breakdown by individual groups, but you don't see how people move throughout the organization because you're not identified, right, by the individual. That is definitely the work of our employment systems review that we'll be conducting, as to what are the barriers for people, or do, we have X number of people, let's say in a teaching position, and then no advancement into administration position, no advancement into senior administration. And that data will come from that specific review.
And just as a supplemental then, so I assume that the permanent versus contract work will be a part of that systems review as well. I understand it's a kind of a different scope, but it makes sense that it would fit in with that as well.
Yes, and also this one focused a lot just on teaching to identify the diversity gap. The review will look at all of our areas of every single group of employees within the board.
Thank you very much. Trustee Cheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all these statistics and very comprehensive. And my concern is that I feel that there is something misleading, and we kind of forget that our main priority, main purpose is to the quality of education. And for the quality education, we have to have qualified teachers. And the qualified teachers, is that race a very important factor for that? I mean, for different races, or for different gender, they are not very equal. They have something that they are good at. Like me, I'm not good at language, and if I teach, I will not, teach as well as you guys. So I accept the difference. So the ratio of different race, why should we have to put it equally? Those kind of students has to have this kind of race. Why? If the white race can teach well, let them teach. If Chinese can teach, can be engineer well, let Chinese be engineer. So why should we be, all separate as in the teacher in this career? We have to, based on the race to make the equality inclusive. So my question is that I think we are misleading something. We are, chasing something, apparently equally, but essentially it's not equal. I, I, I think if we hire the teacher, we should based on their qualification, and if it's good for the kids, and we should not put so much attention on gender and on the races, So my point is that I think we are misleading something. If we put so much energy on this, and if we can keep the quality of education in our philosophy.
So it is
Thank
certainly
you.
worth noting that everyone does have the qualifications to be able to teach effectively in our system. That would have been surveyed and the focus of this. I think that is very important for us to note that the qualifications do exist, and our very capable staff do have those. But I will allow Superintendent Houston to answer that.
Yes, and thank you for that. All of our teachers are qualified teachers with their Bachelor of Education or higher level education. The purpose of the survey, like I said, was to diversify our workforce. All of the research that we followed shows the importance of students being able to identify with the teacher in the classroom in front of them. We are extremely diverse. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're the second most diverse in Ontario and third most diverse in all of Canada within our Windsor-Essex region, and we need to represent that in our employees in the board to do service to the students that we serve.
Yes.
So can we consider the portion that for the different race, for the portion of qualified teacher, if in this pool, the qualified teacher, the white people have so much, and this pool is only a little bit, why should we, comparable when based on the hiring rate? You know what, if many of the qualified teacher is in the white pool, why should we, cut it to equal to the other pool, other race? So I think it's not fair,
Superintendent Houston?
So as you know, we hire our teachers who've graduated from faculties of education, and we are working very closely with our community partner at the University of Windsor, as well as other universities. We do go to job fairs for recruiting, where there are, several individuals who are quite diverse as a pool for us for hiring, and that we have committed with the University of Windsor for them to look at their intake, for us to look at our students, to encourage them to go into teaching professions as well. I think Trustee Burgess spoke about the specialist high skills major in the education sector. That's a great opportunity for us, particularly in human resources, to go out to our students, to bring them into careers in education, and we know that they're diverse, and then we would be able to hire them.
Thank you very much, and this is an important part of our diversity, equity, and inclusion work, as is our decolonizing of education largely globally, that we are committed to as part of our strategic plan as well, as a board of trustees and as our senior administrators who operationalize that plan as well. Trustee Sipcar, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just had another question. I noted in the presentation that you used 2011 census data. I assume that was because obviously well, actually, I don't know why. I was curious why you didn't use 2016, and I wondered if it would be updated to eventually the 2021 at certain points.
So that was the census data that Turner gave as the comparator to, and hadn't provided the 16. And then when we do the employment systems review, we'll update to the 2021. I'll say we probably haven't changed much, but that remains to be seen once we get the most up-to-date data. It's always trailing, right, which is unfortunate.
So then as a supplemental, I just was curious, will this be repeated? Will this staff census be repeated, or is this a one-time event?
It's not a one-time event. It's a picture in time. Have spoke with Turner Consulting. They recommend every 5 years. to continue to do it so that we can monitor our progress and see, have we made the gains where we need to make the gains? Have we diversified? Has our student population changed? So while we're administering the staff one, we should also be doing the student demographic one around about the same time so that we can continue to have those comparators.
Thank you. Before I get to Trustee Burgess's question, I've just been reminded that we are past trustee question period. Is it okay if we continue to go through our agenda? Any wonderful. Trustee Burgess, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Great report. I wish I had the 7 recommendations to remind me what they were.
I will
exactly.
send those to you.
Yeah. My questions were about initially when you were setting up the input, you did refer to the fact that folks who didn't participate, it was a very high participation rate, so I think, kudos for that, first of all, but that other section that may or may not engage the next time around, and I kind of hope it's not 5 years. I think that with 2021 data just to prove and everything else, I would hate to, wait it even longer. 5 years seems a long time to take another snapshot. But how will, number one, we address the fact that a very small percentage, you said, didn't even like the idea of what the reason for the survey was, for example, and those other things, the privacy, etc. So what for surveys going forward, because it's really important to understand, our staff, how can we encourage those that aren't? First of all, thanks for giving us the reason so that we can try to address it. But do we have plans? And hopefully it won't be 5 years. But I also, not a question, but for clarification, but a point. I want to say that it's really important we do this, and that I'm really glad we're committed to it. And when we talk about, different races or genders or whatever, just an example. When I first went to university, number one, I was an older student. Everybody else was 18. I was 24, I think, or something when I started university. I was in a classroom with 285 guys, 10 women, first year engineering. If you don't see those people modeling, teaching you, you can't even imagine it's possible. I went to the University of Windsor, but my first choice was Royal Military College in Queens, at Kingston, because my husband had a job offer for teaching with Gananoque. So I thought, great, they pay your tuition, they give you your books, all of that, and I got a lovely, and I had the marks, I had all of that, got a lovely letter saying, sorry, we don't accept females. Just prior to the letter from University of Windsor saying, come on in. So in my lifetime, I want to say that it's really important to see people modeling the areas of employment, especially teaching, who influence the trajectory of others. So it's not out of our scope. It's not something that we've solved. We're clearly have a gap. And I want to say thanks for all of that, but how can we get everybody to actually voluntarily give us the most demographics that we can get about them?
That's a great question. I think one of the important things is if we put it that we administered it in November. We were in COVID, we were in a whole bunch of things. I believe we did an excellent piece around communication through the director's office to all of our employees. Our union partners were exceptionally helpful in getting the messaging out around encouraging participation. When I look back at it, I think that people now will see what we're doing with the data and the importance of the data. And when we go around next time, that would encourage them to want to be part of it, that it isn't used to limit people in terms of promotion. It isn't used to, say this group, but it is truly identifying who's underrepresented and where we need to do the work. I'm hopeful for that.
Thank you for that. I did have a question about, to that point. When I look at the Windsor CMA data, which is very helpful to have, I think about our students and what maybe our students look like. And so I know that we're embarking on a student census. And so how will we be overlaying or analyzing this data against that or with that in its context so that we can provide or work toward providing our students with that vision that is so important in their formative years.
So we'll rely heavily on our Student Senate to help us, to encourage students, first of all, to Trustees Burgess' question about staff, to participate in the census and work with our families in the community around the purpose of why we want our students so that we get as hopefully 84% of our student response, because it is a very high response. And then I actually envision an overlay of, here's what the student population is and here's what our staff. And we look to Turner Consultant, who is a phenomenal consultant who provides us with great recommendations and input, and who will be able, because they've done this one, to clearly look at our student to identify where the gaps are there between staff and students.
That's great. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing the information that comes out of there, especially in light of all we've kind of learned here and where it leads us and how it reconfirms the work that we must continue to embark on. So thank you very much for that. Any other questions from trustees on this report? Trustee Alberstadt, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Well, thank you so much for that.
Madam Chair. Yes, Superintendent Houston, if you have two employees, or not employees, but candidates for a job, and one is a minority, one is not a minority, what do you do then?
That's an excellent question. Often we have more than two, thankfully, because people want to apply. Because there is a danger in determining who's a minority, sometimes, right? And I'll use a disability as an example. It may not be visible. Someone may identify as Black, where we're not Indigenous, a variety of different identities. So we try not to get caught up in that. And that's the importance of when Turner makes the recommendation of when we're bringing people on board. So there are some boards who've moved forward with voluntary at the time of application. And there is some around looking at specific lived experience in terms of hiring for certain positions. So do we pick between two? I can't say we've ever been in a position where there's specifically just two people, because often we'll do mass recruiting, right? That's all we've done for 2 years is massive recruiting. I can speak to a recent promotion process in terms of vice principal. There's far more than two candidates that have applied, and some are, racialized, some are not. But they made it into the pool.
Is this, would you define this at all like affirmative action?
Well, it's been referred to as that. I wouldn't say it's affirmative action. It's looking at your workforce and does it represent the students, particularly in the education sector, that it needs to represent.
Thank you very much. Any last questions from trustees? I appreciate this work. I appreciate the bravery of it, and thank you to 85% response rate. Man, that's some work. So thank you to our employees as well for participating in this and for sharing your feedback on why you did not. That's also helpful for us as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving forward to Chair's report, very brief. May 15th was Educational Support Personnel Day. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I want to extend our appreciation for the exceptional and transformational work done by support staff and our board. I'm excited that proms are underway. Wishing all who are participating a very safe and memory-filled prom season, and I hope you share all your photos on social media and hashtag it, well, not all your photos maybe, the great ones from Jackson Park and all other maybe municipal things around, and then put your phones down and enjoy yourselves and each other. I know we're preparing for graduations. We're very excited to be celebrating in person together again this year for those of us that are doing so. I know I got my first invitation to participate, and I was enthusiastic in my response to absolutely come. I'm very excited about that. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I'd like to reinforce the invitation to join us for our May 25th launch of our Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Strategy. These conversations, as we've noted tonight, are very important ones. They're challenging ones, and it requires brave work and the persistent building of relationships, which includes all of us in this room and all of us in the community as well. So I encourage you to join us for that launch on May 25th, which is a virtual event. And that's all I have for my chair's report tonight. Moving to does anyone have any questions for me? No? Trustee question period. Trustee Sartori, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First, can I just clarify, it's one question and one supplemental at trustee question period? Okay, so I wanted to ask some questions about the board's current student dress code guidelines in light of the really disturbing events last week at an Ottawa area school that frankly left students humiliated when the school undertook a dress code blitz to enforce what was also a really concerning policy. So I took a look at our policy, and well, the first thing I noticed is that it hasn't come to trustees for review since about 2015. And it contains language like clothing should be conducive to an academic environment, and that clothing that detracts from the learning environment is considered inappropriate. So the policy that we, I guess, currently have access to and that trustees approve is the code of conduct policy. And the policy in relation to dress codes that comes forward from trustees, or that is established by trustees, is found within that policy. Okay, so when I read those words, I don't actually know what that means, right? So I think they are to provide guidance to individual schools, which is where ultimately, at least at the current moment, I believe each school develops its own dress code policy, essentially. So that's actually my first question is that correct, that so each school basically uses these kinds of statements, the general policy that we have laid out, and annually, or how often do they review their own dress code policy?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's correct. The current regulation for Code of Conduct has a section on appropriate dress, and policies around appropriate dress are school-specific, developed in consultation with Parent Council. And you'll note there's some language in there around the percentage of Parent Council in support to be able to change policies around appropriate dress. I will say, however, that there has been a fair amount of work on this since about 2018. There was a committee struck to review. There have been a couple of suggested regulations that have been developed, and we are looking at a full review of this next school year. Because we recognize that it's outdated, and many of the dress codes that we currently have in place do have some language that would disproportionately or potentially disproportionately impact certain students over others.
Okay, so supplemental. So can a school board develop a board-wide student dress code policy that each school doesn't have to, however, often review the dress code policy or by request? So each school doesn't need to develop their own dress code policy, because I note that the Toronto District School Board did that a couple of years ago, and Hamilton Wentworth District School Board also subsequently followed that. And I really had an appreciation of the foundation of their policies. They're not intended to be, I guess, sort of controlling and punitive. They are built on a foundation that recognizes equity and inclusivity, that recognizes students' dignity, that dress is related to their self-expression. And a piece that I really thought was important that also recognizes that schools they're not just a learning environment, right? That they're a social place for students as well. And so that ability to be able to express themselves is really important. So my question is, so my understanding, is it correct that a school board can develop a student dress code policy that's board-wide?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's nothing preventing us from doing that, and I am familiar with the Toronto guidelines around appropriate dress, as well as some of the others that you mentioned. I think the foundation of the regulation that is currently in place is PPM 128, which lays out code of conduct by responsibility, and it speaks to the responsibility for school dress being ultimately that of the parent or guardian. So I suspect that's the foundation of the current regulation. However, I see a much more system-wide guideline that speaks to the dignity of students, the importance of self-expression, as you say, the social interaction at school, as well as just one of our overarching goals in terms of our current work around safe, welcoming, inclusive spaces for students. And I think that our work around guidelines on appropriate dress serve a really important function. I will say, however, that we have engaged in human rights training for all of our school administrators and senior administrators in the system. The messaging there, and we spent a significant amount of time in that training talking about dress codes as potentially places where adverse effects, discrimination could occur. It's been made clear that human rights always supersede any policy, either at the school or the board level. And we're currently working on interim guidance to put into place that speaks to many of the goals of dress guidelines that you're bringing up, until we're at a point where we can have a more in-depth review and come back with a regulation that would apply across the system.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I will have a motion at that time. Thank you.
Is that a notice of motion, Trustee
Correct.
Sokar? Wonderful. Thank you very much. So I have Trustee Leclerc and then Trustee Cook. Go ahead, Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Globe and Mail ran an article on May 8th regarding de-streaming of grade 9 math. And one of the things that came out of that article was some indication that the size of classes for grade 9 math were, there was some inequity in terms of lower income children being in larger class sizes and higher income students being in smaller class sizes. So I'm just wondering how the board, our board, because it wasn't a criticism, our board, how our board is ensuring low class sizes for the implementation of de-streaming at the grade 9 level, and what supports we have in place to ensure success.
Thank you. That's a complex question and a good one. I look to Superintendent Houston and Superintendent Canty if they would like to respond to that question.
So I'll address the class size according to our local collective agreement, because the course code provided from the Ministry of Education is an actual academic course code. So we are below what that class size maximum would be. We are staying within the 23-to-1 board average for all of our courses across the secondary school panel. And for this current school year coming up, we will be at a class size of 24 students. This school year, we were at 22 students. Having said that, it doesn't mean that the schools will actually get to that class size. Many of our courses run below class size maximums, depending on the nature of the school sometimes. And I will leave it to Superintendent Canty about what supports are in place.
Thank you, Superintendent Houston. So in terms of supports, we are running our math camp again this year. That was very successful last summer. It's going to be the last 2 weeks of the summer, and it's about mindset and getting students comfortable with math and enjoying doing math. Our special assignment teacher for mathematics is working with the schools where there was not as much success first semester. That being said, the students that went through the math camp were all successful in terms of getting their credit. So we're hoping to promote that again and get more students to take it, going from 8 to 9. And also the schools where, we had 93% success rate in terms of the 1W math, D-stream math. So we're very pleased with that, and we look forward to building on that success.
Supplementary to that, is there a way that we can monitor, we know geographically where our low-income schools tend to be within our region versus our higher income schools. Is there a way we can monitor that to make sure that we're not in a situation where low-income students are placed at a disadvantage?
Well, in terms of providing support, that's exactly what we're doing. The schools that didn't have as much success, so for those 7% of students not being successful with the credit, we're really directing our supports not only with our special assignment teacher for math, but also our math teacher consultant. They've been working together to build program, build PD, and work with those schools.
Thank you very much. Trustee Cook.
Thank you. Just really quick, when we were talking prior about the VIP program, it was brought up about a presentation. I'm just wondering, can we agree to have a presentation in the fall of 2022, or should I just make a notice of motion?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, I'm happy to help facilitate that with the local police services. I don't know if Director Kelly wants to speak to the timeline of it, but any role I can play in facilitating that and organizing it, I'm happy to help.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I have no concerns with that, and we're glad to facilitate it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any other questions from trustees during trustee?
I do.
Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. So I have asked this question in years past, but I need to ask it again. And my question is, why is it that our school board has such a hard time following the legislation with regard to the Workers' Day of Mourning? There still is confusion every year about whether flags are supposed to be lowered or not, and we don't, even this year, it wasn't done consistently across our school board, and I want to know why we have so much confusion on that when it is legislation.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I could answer that. Thank you for the question, Trustee Hatfield. It was certainly brought to our attention this year. When the policy was passed in 2019, that wasn't updated. It should have been, and I think that's wherein the confusion lies. And tonight we did bring forward that policy, though it had been referred back to the policy committee. But clearly that was something that people were using as guidance, and you're right, it is legislation and it needs to be changed. So thank you for that.
And by the way, the policy regulation doesn't have the correct name in it. I was going to point that out. So now that it's been referred back to the committee, it is the Workers' Day of Mourning, not the National Day of Mourning.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Actually, I'm hopeful that some of that information will come forward to policy committee and can go into the recommendations that are brought to the board. So thank you very much for that. Any other questions from trustees for administration? Thank you very much. Any notices of motion? Trustee Sartori?
Thank you. So my motion is that the Greater Essex County District School Board develop a board-wide student dress policy in the 2022 to 2023 school year that is grounded in equity, anti-oppression, anti-racism, anti-discrimination, equitable and inclusive education, that recognizes Ontario Human Rights Code protected grounds, that treats dress code violations as minor, and that holds that no student should be subject to removal from class for dress code violations or embarrassed or shamed in the process of a dress code inquiry. And I'll send that to you, Melissa.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. At the next regular board meeting, a notice of motion from me that states in this recommendation, in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, it is recommended that the GECDSB propose an appropriate variation of the TRC's call to action number 94 for school board members to adopt as the voluntary oath or affirmation of allegiance upon assuming their office as elected board members. And I'll present the rationale, etc., and this to Madame Leboeuf, and make sure that everybody has it ahead of time so they can understand the rationale behind it. Thanks.
Much appreciated. Any other notices of motion this evening?
I do.
Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. So I will move or cause to be moved that administration prepare a report of strategies and procedures to ensure that our school board meets the legislative requirements for the annual Workers' Day of Mourning, Bill 180, including an education component to recognize the day as an opportunity for our board to increase awareness for staff and secondary students of workplace hazards to prevent death, injuries, or workplace diseases. This report should be presented to trustees at least 3 months prior to the Workers' Day of Mourning in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. And you'll get that to Madame Leboeuf?
Yep. I will.
Much appreciated. Any other notices of motion? Thank you very much. Any announcements from trustees this evening? Any announcements? Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get information that this weekend, long weekend, is Windsor's birthday. So, and there will be big municipality, activities at the riverfront, and they have rainbow decorations, activities, and walk, something like that, and a lot of fun. So I hope the parents and kids can join there to relax after this kind of stress, and information they may check online for more detailed information. Yeah, and can I say another? I want to clarify that I made some
this is
points.
Just for announcements. This is not for clarifying comments earlier. No.
Okay.
Thank you. But thanks for that. I really hope that's a way for us to gather together in a safe way and be able to celebrate. So thanks for that announcement. I appreciate that. Any other announcements from trustees? I will adjourn our meeting 10:09. Thank you all very much.
On the pool.